Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We will go ahead and get started. It is a little after 6. It looks like it's 6:01 or 6:02. My colleague Stacey Walker will be here momentarily, but we will get started without him. I do want to again thank members of the public for showing up this evening and taking part in this process. For the second consideration on Coggon Solar LLC's industrial scale solar application. I also want to thank and recognize State Senator Dan Zumbaugh and State Representative Charlie McClintock. Both are here from Des Moines, so if you have any legislative questions, you can find the gentleman in the back. I would like to just take a minute to recap what took place on Monday evening for those who may have not been able to participate. So Linn County heard presentations from our Planning and Development Director, Charlie Nichols, on several aspects of industrial scale solar. And from Kerner, we learned the specifics of their application. After several hours of public comment, the board went into deliberations where we established, can we just turn that down just a little bit? Several conditions. The first was an increase the minimum setback distance from 300 feet to 1,250 feet, and secondly, to increase the minimum height panel from 18 inches to 28 inches. We did not ask the applicant to respond to these conditions at that meeting to understand the impact, whether it be positive or negative, to their application, nor did we have any additional public comment. That is what tonight's meeting is for. I would also like to correct a statement I made on Monday evening with regards to third and final consideration. I stated that during third and final consideration there would be no other changes could be made. That is true if in fact the third consideration is the final consideration. The board could choose to hold a fourth, a fifth, a 10th if need be. The point being, once we make it a final consideration and that vote is successful and then it is published in our newspapers, the ordinance becomes effective. So to recap, we do have additional time, if necessary, to discuss, negotiate on any issues that the board feels needs to be addressed, or Kerner, or any of the participating landowners or the affected non-participating landowners. So on Monday, I had stated that we'll have this meeting and then one more meeting. We can have as many meetings as we need to, but one of them does have to be designated as final. So I do want to just uplift that we do have additional meeting capacity if needed. And I deeply appreciate, and I do want to uplift, the lengths to which Kerner and their representatives have gone to address citizens' concerns, as well as any questions or concerns the board may have. And I look forward to a lot of robust discussions tonight, right after their presentation. I think it'll lead to a lot of great questions. As Linn County Supervisors, our responsibility is to ensure that we keep the public's interest top of mind. Our responsibility is also to the future, whether it is to protect valuable agricultural land, improve soil quality, or addressing climate change. We are not rushing forward at the expense of getting this right. And for me, as I've stated, I am concerned about 3 issues: setback distance, panel height, and local labor. Kerner and their representatives have negotiated in good faith on local labor, and I deeply appreciate them for it. And I hope that this evening we can have robust discussions and in-depth questions on setback distance and panel height. We all want to tend to our gardens as best as we can and to leave the little slice of the universe we call home in better condition than when we found it. This garden could be the fields outside of your front door, the ones your families have farmed for generations. Perhaps the garden is Mother Earth and ensuring we address climate change, or perhaps it is a theme that is important to you in your religious or spiritual beliefs that gives you nourishment. So I'm often fond of the saying that decisions are made by those who show up. So thank you for showing up. Thank you for making your voices heard. Thank you for speaking up and for listening. So I do have here, I just want to uplift the speaker sheets, and I will read every name that's on the speaker sheet regardless of checkmark status. If individuals wish to make a public comment, they will be asked to come to the microphone, speak directly into the microphone, not to the side. It really does capture right in front, and I know that the audience won't be shy in letting us know if the speaker cannot be heard in the back. So those are my introductions. I will go here to the agenda. We do now have several public comment opportunities. Again, like Monday, you can come up here during public comment, or if you signed up during the public hearing, you are more than welcome to also speak then. I will, after the public hearing, also ask if there are any additional comments that need to be made from people who have not had the opportunity to make it. It looks like we have almost the same number of speakers as Monday night, so this could be a long evening. We have heard a lot of comments for and against. We would continue to want to hear your comments. We want to make sure that you feel heard throughout this process. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. If there's anyone who wishes at this stage to make a public comment, you may do so. If not, we can then move on to the applicant. But sir, if you would state your name and your address for the record, and let me get my clock here.
Yeah, my name is Pete Breck. I live 3925 Jordan's Grove Road in Central City. I was at the meeting Monday night and I learned a lot of things, and one thing I learned is there's a whole lot more support for this solar project than I anticipated. I knew there would be, but there's a lot. Matter of fact, everyone here talked about the support for the project. I didn't hear anyone say no, they didn't want solar. I heard a lot of people say, no, I don't want solar on prime farm ground. And I really want to make a point of that, because whether I watch the news or read the paper, I even listen to these meetings, or I talk to people on the street, it seems to be like we're voting yes for solar or no for solar. The solar's in, that train's left the station, everybody's in favor of solar. The question is, where do we put the solar? And how do we protect our prime farm ground? Prime farm ground is one of the biggest resources, most important resources in the whole world, and we have the best of it right here in Linn County. You know, in the opening statements last time, you read the fact that we're only here to talk about Coggon solar. And at some point that's true. But at some points it's really, really wrong. We know that we got more solar projects lined up behind us here, waiting to see what's going to happen with this one. And if this one is allowed on prime farm ground, what's going to keep the rest of them from just falling right in just like dominoes? You can't, once the horses are out of the barn, it's too late to close the door. You can't change that. It's just going to keep coming. And in order to get a variance to build this on prime farm ground, the burden is on Kerner to prove that somehow it has to be on prime farm ground. They can't do that. I mean, you look around, I've seen solar panels on buildings, on rooftops, in parks. I've even seen them along the side of the highways in the big intersections. I've seen solar farm panels just about everywhere. But I honestly don't think I've ever seen a solar panel on prime farm ground. Not that it hasn't happened, I don't think I've seen it. They have to print out some proof that it has to be there. And they'll tell you, well, it's close to the Coggon substation. That makes it easy and convenient. Easy and convenient doesn't prove that it has to be there. We generate power all over this country every day, and we put it on transmission lines and we ship it hundreds, sometimes thousands of miles to get where it needs to be. It's not easy, it's not convenient, but it happens, and it happens on a regular basis. Last week, or Monday night, there was a presentation here, and they said that, well, it's not that big a deal. We're only going to take 0.02% of the farmland in Linn County. That's simply a drop in the bucket. The average farm in the state of Iowa is 360 acres. We're going to be closing out 2 average-sized farms. The average farmer feeds 166 people. That means 333 people somewhere in this world will no longer get to eat if we cover this up with solar panels. And I say that, and it doesn't really resonate. It kind of goes in one ear and out the other. But it's the reality. We sit here with our stomachs full. We don't think that there's people starving to death. But when we talk about social concerns, food security is one of the things that always comes to the top. Was it something that we really believe in and put our faith in? Or is it just something we talk about when it's convenient? This is real farm ground. This is real food that feeds real people. And we don't have to cover that land up with solar panels, because obviously you can put them everywhere, anywhere. It's not as easy, but everywhere. I saw a survey up here, a study on the job creation. I want to know why that's one-sided. What about the job destruction? Every farm here that we're talking about has one thing in common. They all have farmers. They all live here, they work here, they shop here, they pay their taxes here in Linn County. They buy cars and pickup trucks and farm machinery and grain bins and buildings. The economists tell us that every dollar that a farmer spends rolls through the economy an average of 14 times. 14 times. They call that the velocity of money. And no other industry in the country comes even close to having that kind of velocity. This is prime farm ground that creates real jobs in Linn County. Most of the grain produced on these farms will go one way or another, ends up in the processors in Cedar Rapids, the largest grain milling city in the world. And most of those grain millers are good union paying jobs. But more importantly, I've been hauling grain in there for 40 years. I go through these facilities, and almost every one of them, you'll have a Kleiman or a Breck or a Bowker, or you go right down the line, all the different union shops are on site there almost continuously. It never stops. Because they're always maintaining and fixing and repairing and building and adding on. These are real jobs, real creation, real stimulus for the county. Oops. You know, our union guys really support this project, and they should, because there's a lot of upfront short-term jobs. But they also need to support maybe putting it someplace other than prime farm ground, because then we can have the best of both worlds. We can have the short-term jobs to build the solar farm, and we can also have the long-term jobs created by agriculture. The burden really is lay on Kerner to prove that this needs to be on prime farm ground, and they can't do it. It doesn't have to be there. You can put solar panels anywhere. And I know I'm just about at the end of my time, but if I could tell you one more quick story, I'd appreciate it.
I will cut you off at the 5 minutes, so your time has, there's 49 other people who wish to speak tonight. We don't have the time for it, I'm sorry.
It was a good story, and you're gonna miss
okay.
it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can submit it.
And I'll just note, I didn't mean to purposefully cut you off, but allowing extra time for one, I would have to do it for all. And just as a heads up, this is not to dissuade anyone from speaking. We do have 49 people who have asked to speak, and if everyone uses 5 minutes, that's just for public comment, that's 4 hours before we even get into anything. So just want people to be mindful. I also want you to feel heard, and you have the ability to come speak to us. So if you could just state your name and address for the record, the floor is yours.
Yeah, my name is Nate Hoffman, 1657 Falcon Road, Marion, Iowa. I represent Linn County Farm Bureau and our membership. This is our statement. It is the position of the Iowa Farm Bureau that the state siting and setback rules for utility scale solar projects should consider landowner preference, agricultural productivity, and environmental and neighborhood impact. The Linn County Farm Bureau understands the importance of balancing private property rights and the impacts projects of this scale and have on adjacent landowners and communities. We're encouraged by the support of recent modification to furthering the distance between solar farm and non-participating neighbors as an important first step in managing this balance. We want to thank the Board of Supervisors for actively trying to mitigate the impact of non-participating neighbors. The decision the Board of Supervisors will make regarding this industrial scale solar project will set a precedent for future large-scale utility projects in Linn County. Linn County Farm Bureau, while recognizing the need for creative climate solutions, urges the board to carefully weigh the impact this solar project will have on the rural and agriculture communities in Linn County. So in conclusion, I'd like to thank you for the siting setbacks that were proposed by the supervisors and the value that they will bolster for participating and non-participating landowners. And just for a housekeeping note, I submitted my name for the public hearing, but I do need to slip out here, so you can cross me off when you get to Nate Hoffman.
Excellent. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Anyone else wish to make a public comment? Mm-hmm. Sure. Mm-hmm.
My name's Tracy Nelson. I live at 3311 Pleasant Creek Road, Palo, Iowa, and I'm here to follow up on the discussion regarding property value impacts. In the Coggon industrial scale solar applications to the IUB, they referenced the research project from the University of Texas at Austin, in which stated in their conclusion that, you'll see it in yellow, These results suggest the number of homes that could potentially be impacted by the presence of utility-scale solar installations are relatively few. They forgot to mention the two sentences right before that. It says, on average, we estimate 0.53, which is a half, of homes or fewer are located within 100 feet of solar installations analyzed in the research. Within 3 miles, we estimated only 23.84 homes surrounded 10 megawatt facilities on average, which meant their average facilities were only 10 megawatts. That's why the impact was relatively few. There were few homes, 1/2 a home, and near 10 megawatts of facility. This analysis, this is their reference, not mine. This is their information. And the analysis was from questionnaire of 965 solar sites. Regression analysis suggests that closer proximity to an installation is associated with more negative estimates of property value impacts, as is larger installation size. Features such as being located on land previously had an appealing use and higher installations are expected to have more negative effect, according to the proponents. Most industrial scale solar installations were being built in remote areas, far from populated areas, and not on high quality farmland. And I'll go to, you can read these other things later, but I'll go to the chart on the back. Well, not all the way back, but halfway through the back. This one here. This is where their analysis is regarding a 102 megawatt facility. It shows the property value within 100 foot, a home located with 100 foot has a 25% loss of value. Clenera's want to put within 300 feet, and that would be about 22% loss. And at 500 foot, it'd be 20% loss. 1,000 foot would be 13% loss, which would be closer to if we had had it at 1250. And then a half mile is 5% loss, and then 1 mile, 2% loss. And another gal, Laura Myers, she had presented this from Massachusetts and Rhode Island. They'd done a study which showed a 1.7% to 7%. And I looked at their map, and it showed their facilities were all between 1 and 5 megawatts. There were a couple at 10, and the largest one they had right near Sanford Municipal Airport, which is basically an industrial district due to the noise and traffic, was 50 megawatts. The largest one Rhode Island had was 21.3 megawatts. But their 1.7 to 7% value loss is for small sites is normal, because they're all 5 to 10 megawatts. They aren't 100 megawatts. This is the map she had, and so I went and redid this, showing you the home values according to that in the same coloring as this one here. So you can see the houses that are in blue, pink, green, yellow, they're all here. And then the names are on the back, every person and the actual value of their home. Now, and then it shows also, I gave you the actual loss they are going to incur if this facility is built where it is. Now, this is it's still at the 300-foot level. So if you went down to the 1250, the ones that were severely affected would go to the 13% level rather than 25% level. But at 13%, a $200,000 house would be $26,000. $300,000 house, well, just keep going up. It's a great deal. The total loss, if it were, I show you on the back.
Tracy, your time
is
has expired.
Okay.
If you want to submit these, we'll submit this for the record.
$423,000. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it would be helpful, this is Amanda Hoyt from our auditor's office. If anyone has prepared remarks, if you wouldn't mind submitting them, it would make her job of taking some of your main points and putting them into our minutes a little easier.
Try to speak slowly. My name is Marty Robinson. My address is 2005 Lookout Drive, Windsor, Colorado. I'm a non-participating adjacent landowner to the proposed project. I want to thank the supervisors, especially Rogers and Zumbaugh, for the conditions that were added to the meeting Monday night. They are important to ensure this not only to ensure this proposal meets environmental goals, but also last a recognition that there's a real cost and sacrifice asked of rural neighbors of this proposal. As I understand these conditions, I am in favor of the increased setback and support those in the as proposed. I do, though, want to speak over, or in this meeting, to call out one issue that it may have been a simple oversight. As I pointed out via email and telephone calls with the Linn County Planning and Development, the current agricultural mitigation plan as written appears to contradict, or at least creates a conflict with Iowa code regarding third-party pre-established tile line easements. The plan, the AMP, states existing tiles need to be relocated to avoid damage for project facilities. This need is not qualified or justified except for the inferred benefit of the developer. And by definition, under Iowa code, these tile easements are pre-existing, and generally we've actually paid for a consultant to supply some best management practices, which I'm happy to supply again, but they pre-exist. And in general terms, what you can say is if they recognize and been in place 10 years or longer, they qualify as a prescribed easement. This appears to be an oversight. This should be a relatively easy and non-controversial fix to include language that adheres to Iowa Code 480 requiring permission and agreement, and I do ask that this clarification is included in the agriculture mitigation plan. After I conclude, I'll supply a piece of the most recent communication we gave to Mr. Nichols in form of email, so you can refer to that. In conclusion, I support the 1,250-foot setback proposal. I've been told by a mentor, and Mr. Gertis, this is actually was Dick Somerville at Iowa State Bank. He said something interesting and clever once. I appreciate it. And it goes something like this. A good conclusion to a contentious negotiation is usually not that all parties are happy. In fact, it often results in both sides being a little unhappy by the sacrifices they have been made to reach a compromise. That may be the path to a conclusion in this proposal. We support the conditions as added, and we certainly appreciate the consideration of what we consider kind of the first time for truly equitable property and citizens' rights. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Marty. You would state your name and address, please.
Joe Kerner, 4394 Comp Road, Palo. Some of the things that I've been hearing here at the other meeting and things kind of got to me, and then Tracy talked about the land values and stuff like that. There's a bit of double talk. There's a little bit of lack of communication in the two ends of the information that's being shared here. I've heard both Clenera and NextEra Energy say that they've done studies on the land value, and how it hasn't been impacted. I'd like to clear up that a little bit, because one of the ways that they do it, and can say that, is they average the land values out. They take, kind of in my situation, I have 2.5 acres against my neighbors, like across the road from me, who are signed in. They have some 300 acres. You average that out, because now he's earning more money off of his land, you get to charge more in taxes, his value goes up. Mine's gone down, and you look at it like there's no change. Or it maybe it's gone up a little bit, but not for the non-participating guy. Say, well, that's another project. You have a family sitting right over here that is kind of being impacted here in all kinds of ways. And so far, that information hasn't gone anywhere for you to acknowledge, it doesn't seem. Another part that I listened to the other night that kind of got lost in the shuffle. Another part of double talk is, I think it was REC guy and SIPCO stood up here and said how they lost a certain amount of energy energy being supplied to them by the nuclear power plant because of the derecho. Let's keep in mind that derecho shut it down just a few months earlier when they had a hand in getting it shut down for good. Now that doesn't seem like much to you guys, but sometimes people don't catch those things and you're ignoring them. Now what's important about that is that plant was up and running. Yes, the power cost a little bit more. And you guys are up here buying in on the idea that these rates are going to go down or the rates are less. Well, yeah, Alliant Energy stood right up here with you guys and said, yeah, the rates ain't going to change, but we're going to charge you more because of research and development. Oh, my rates went up. Yeah, thanks a lot. Now, on the other part of that, too, is lost all kinds of jobs, yeah, and they're not coming back, so I'll leave that one part alone. But here it is, you're ignoring the part that gets this green energy going here, is how it's classified. You say you've done your research, and you say that I haven't, and I come up with erroneous information. Look up cradle to grave on all these sources of energy, and lo and behold, our green energy of solar doesn't hit the top 5. So we're here talking about the impact in the environment, and it isn't in the top 5. Why are we putting it on prime farm ground then, if it's not even in the top 5? Because of money, government money. That's the only reason. It's not because it's green. Classify them all the same, and then I'll listen to you again. Take the people into consideration, not just me. I do appreciate the 1,250-foot setback. I appreciate that you finally started to think of that independent person who didn't sign on, what it's going to do to them. You know, and Louis, I appreciate that you ask hard questions. You should start.
Okay. I think you were speaking, sir? Okay.
I'm sorry. Hello, my name's Wendy Hurst. My married name's Andrews. I live in Palo, 3480 Lewis Bottoms Road. My father lived in Coggon and has been here. I mean, he had passed away, but he had grown up here. My great-great-great-grandparents were here. And, I mean, it's hard to see that you're gonna put solar panels on farmland that belong to families. I mean, that's fine for some of the farmers that wanna do it, but what happens to their kids and grandkids and great-grandkids who want to farm? Does anybody think of that? I mean, I know there's, like at our place, and I've listened to some of the stuff in Palo about next era, and the problem I have, and same with my husband who couldn't be here tonight, is we have a cell tower, and I know it's different than solar panels, but we were told when we had that in that they could never sell it, they could never, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, they're offering people money, okay? Just like us, but they took it down. They sold it, and they sold it, and they resold it, and now they just, you know, they're not using it. Nobody's there to take it down. Stuck out in my pasture. I got birds and stuff pecking on it. It's ridiculous. What happens when next era decides, or these people decide to sell it and resell it and resell it, and then decide they don't have enough money to pay all these people? Where does all this stuff go when the farmland's gone? Hopefully I'm making some sense. I'm kind of nervous, I'm sorry. But I have family still I got family still in Coggon, and I have some family in Palo and Cedar Rapids. And I did talk to some relatives today from Coggon. They're very against this. They're very scared they're gonna lose their farms. Very scared. And a lot of them just wanna move away and get away from this, and that's not fair. That's not fair, and they were here for a long, long time ago. Mr. Walker, I know you have been to our place a couple of times when you were a little boy. And I remember, you know, telling my mom and your grandmother how much you loved being on a farm. And I always thought that was pretty neat. You were very excited to be out at our place. Sorry. But, you know, my friends and family are going to be affected by this, any way you look at it. And I'm sorry. They're going to be affected by this project. And I do support the 1,250-foot buffer. I completely am for it. I mean, if it's going to go through, you know, I'm for it. Thank you for hearing me and listening to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you state your, yep, there you go.
Steve Myers, 3372 64th Street Drive, Palo. Last Monday, the board seemed to have some question about the actual size of the proposed facility. In other words, what is a 100 megawatt solar facility's actual output? So I'd like to try to show what this facility actually represents to the electrical grid. For comparison, I calculated a similar facility's capacity factor. Capacity factor looks at the facility's nameplate size and compares it to the actual output. For example, a facility rated at 100 megawatts that averaged 89 megawatt output would have a capacity factor of 89% and would represent an 89 megawatt grid asset. Marshall Solar is a 62.25 megawatt facility in Minnesota that's similar. I looked at 3 years of actual output. I handed out that data. Based on that data, the solar facility, which would be comparable to the proposed Coggon facility, had a 18.9% average capacity factor over 3 years. Based upon that data, the Coggon 100 megawatt solar facility would represent an 18.9 megawatt asset to the grid, with an annual generation for tax purposes of 265,564 megawatt hours per year. For a frame of reference, the former Duane Arnold Energy Center generated 14,640 megawatt hours per day. Coggon Solar's annual output would represent 11 days, 7 hours, and 12 minutes of Duane Arnold's generation. You could start the plant up on midnight January 1st, shut it down January 12th at 7:12 a.m. and have the same output. This facility represents a drop in the bucket as a generating asset. We are proposing to use 740 acres of the world's best farmland for an 18.9 megawatt generating asset. On Monday, SIPCO told us they were putting the facility close to the switchyard to save the consumer money. I contend that 18.9 megawatt asset merits only a minimum investment and is most likely at its investment limit. They can't afford to put another penny into it as it's currently planned. It's just not worth it as a generating asset. As such, I assume the developers would tell us tonight that the Supervisors' MBOS amendments are too costly to consider. Do we really want beautiful rural Linn County littered with industrial facilities that look like underfunded government projects? On Monday, we were told it's urgent for this to be built yesterday, not a minute to lose. Groups are using rhetoric to mute debate and minimize justifiable concerns with the negative aspects of the project. Yet if we take our time and do this right, redesigning it to more fully incorporate everyone's needs in Linn County, the whole county would be better off. There's no rush. After all, delaying this project even up to 2 years represents only 22 days, 14 hours, and 24 minutes of the former Dwayne Arnold Energy Center's output. If this project is to move forward, let's take our time, unite as Iowans. Perhaps the participating landowners could rent the developer any additional land required for the proposed setbacks at the normal farm rental prices. These types of gestures could unite the community. I urge you to consider the actual output of the facility versus Iowa's asset of prime farmland. And if it is to move forward, require this to be built to meet all of Linn County needs, redesigned if necessary, even if it means a delay in the project. With this project, set a standard that is acceptable to Linn County. Do not lower your Do not lower your standards to meet the developer's needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna, Mr. Frank, if you want to speak now instead of the public hearing.
I'll be brief.
That's okay.
So I came to talk about the setbacks.
Sorry,
I'm
name
Mark
and address
Frank,
for the minutes.
Mark Frank, 4205 Vista Road, Ely. The process we've followed for setbacks is very different than what I'm used to after having attended many Board of Supervisor meetings as a routine part of doing my study for this project. Usually there's some kind of staff report where if a change could be made to a standard, staff is assigned to look into it, to make comparative values with other projects that are similar, see what's being done in other states, other counties in Iowa, and that was not done in this case. The figure that we have been using was 300 foot. That was based on a discussion with the people in Wapello that have worked very well for them, and the community accepted their project very well. Monday night, the project setback was changed from 300 to 1,250 without any staff report. There was no discussion ahead of time because it was not on the agenda. There was no discussion after the vote because it was after the vote and it was time to go home. So I'm just asking that a more normal process be followed for this setback, where there is a staff report, there are comparative values, and that there is an opportunity to see those things before they're voted on by the supervisors. I realize that would take a motion to change that. I'm asking that the supervisors would take that motion to do a more routine process and study this issue rather than just pluck a number from what a hog lot would take. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if you don't mind, Danny, are you coming up? Perfect.
Good evening, supervisors, Linn County residents, neighbors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I do feel this is a very important and pertinent process.
State your name and
Oh, yeah, sure. Regarding these hearings and things moving forward. So my name is Danny Heminger. I'm a resident of 6219 Ridgewood Meadows Lane, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I am here this evening, as I was the last time that we had this meeting, to speak in favor of this project, and would just like to elaborate on my reasons for that. First, as a resident of Iowa and Linn County, as I've stated before, I see this as a way for Iowa to be a leader in clean energy production. Along with wind energy and solar energy, I think that this is giving us an opportunity that we haven't had in this state to be a leader in energy production regarding coal and oil. Secondly, which I know is a hot topic here, is landowners' rights. And, just as a citizen here, I do feel that it's important for a landowner to be able to do what they choose to do with their property. I feel it's important that a landowner chooses to use their land to harvest energy from the sun instead of growing crops, that they should have the ability to do so if it's legal and within the ordinances of the place in which it's being built. And then, lastly, as I'm sure everybody is aware, I am the business manager of Laborers Local 43. We are a building trades union, and as discussed in the last meeting and earlier in this meeting, there has been a letter of intent to build this project using local labor under a PLA. Just be upfront with everybody here, that was probably my biggest concern when initially hearing about this project upcoming. Knowing that we have area standards here to protect, and making sure that we are using, local union labor to perform any of these industrial-sized projects. And so I'll just finish with that. Again, I'd like to thank you guys for the opportunity, thank my neighbors for hearing me out, and would strongly urge you guys to move forward with approving this project.
Thanks, Danny. Appreciate it. Okay, I think we're going to move along. And now this is the time for Kerner to present. I know that you have a presentation that may mirror your last presentation with some additional new slides. Is that so if you want to come up and present and certainly uplift the new slides, and then we can hopefully have a lot of discussion back and forth regarding the conditions.
Do you need me to state my name? Please. Jared McKee. Do you need my residence? You can have it. 3104 Neff Road. One of the questions I did have for the board was, we have our presentation. We have the full presentation that we did last time. Do you want us to go through that, or do you want us to really focus on kind of the new things?
The new things.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think everyone probably is going to appreciate an abbreviated version, so.
Excuse me, that worked really good wherever you were just at a second ago. I think they could hear you much better.
Right here?
Yep.
Okay. One of the things I do want to talk about, we've heard from a lot of folks, and we appreciate the public comment. We appreciate, because honestly, this project will be better because of this process. I look back at where we've started, and I look at where we've come. We've come a long way. What I want to talk about a little bit before Tom gets into the very specific kind of new pieces is I do want to talk about the benefits of this project. I want to talk about the local jobs. I want to talk about the investment into the county. I want to talk about labor, and not only local jobs during construction, but the jobs that will be ongoing during the operation. About the commitment to clean energy from the county, and how that being one of your secondary and primary goals, I think it's number 2 goal of your comprehensive plan, and the ability of this project to power 18,000 homes. When everyone that works on a farm turns on a switch, it's powered through electricity. Many of the people that are speaking today probably are a member of the Linn County Rec and probably a customer of SIPCO. This project and the economics that are a part of this project is a vital piece of the ability for the utility in Iowa to bring low-cost, reliable energy to its members. It's very, very important. And when we talk about the benefits of this project, when we talk about the affordability of this project, if we double the cost of any project producing energy, that doubles the cost of every customer, of every ratepayer that is a member of the REC system, of the co-ops. That is something we need to be thinking about as we look at costs associated with the project. One of the other benefits is this project will increase the revenue of taxes and property taxes for the county in the multiple millions over the course of its life, in and above what is currently being taxed today. I truly appreciate this process, and each of you, as you're going through, and each of the people that are coming up and speaking, even if they're against or for, because through this process, we get to hear, we get to listen, and we get to be able to determine where that ground is that we can come together. There are certain things today that we go through that we won't be able to do. because it simply puts a cost on a project that, if done, would be passed on to every customer, every ratepayer. There are certain things that we look at, and Tom will go through it, that if we accept a 1,250-foot setback, we will increase the amount of land that is taken out of ag production. Some of the things that we're talking about are in direct contradiction to each other. So again, I appreciate the process. We are very happy to be here, and I'm going to turn my time over to Tom to talk a little bit more about some of the new things in the presentation. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Supervisors. Tom Fitzgerald, Director of Development at Kerner. Nice to see you again this evening. Thank you for your time and consideration once again. Can everyone hear me okay? Oh, there's the sweet spot right there. Let's see here. So I just want to touch base first on a few things, that there's a little bit of misinformation coming out of last Monday's meeting. I think one of the first issues we want to talk about is just the incidence of fire that occurs at utility scale solar facilities nationwide. Currently, the industry report, and this covers residential, commercial, utility scale solar projects, acknowledges that there's roughly 1 in 10,000 installations per, 1 fire per every 10,000 installations in the United States. And those occur primarily on rooftop installations where PV modules are on fire. Whether or not they're the root cause of the fire or not is oftentimes not the case, but in the event that they are, it's often due to poor installation or lack of maintenance on the system. That equates to roughly 0.006% chance of a PV solar system catching on fire, or 1 in 16,667. Typically, it's because of, like I mentioned, wrong equipment, poor wire management, installation training, etc. This project is not going to suffer from poor installation, poor wire management, mismanagement, negligence. It's going to be installed and constructed using skilled, local union tradespeople who know what they're doing. It's going to be maintained 24 hours a day by 2 staff persons on site during regular business hours, and then remotely monitored with emergency service at the ready from both our team and locally. Some of the safeguards that we're using is an O&M plan, which lays out rigorous inspections across the entire facility, daily, weekly, monthly. It's a highly protocoled regime that we follow religiously, and we enforce our operations and maintenance teams to follow religiously. There's also wide paths and roadways that meet county and local requirements for fire trucks to get into the facility, whether it be with keys to the gates, turnarounds, specific road widths, specific road materials, et cetera, to make sure that the project is serviceable in the event of an emergency. Finally, we have spent a lot of time talking about the vegetation management plan, but we have a robust vegetation maintenance program to ensure that grass and ground fires are mitigated to the best of our ability. Someone, I think during Monday night's presentation, referenced a particular fire at a utility-scale solar project in California that occurred in 2019. Similar to this, it was a utility-scale ground-mounted solar access single tracking project. It was sited in the southwestern part of California, more in a desert area, but there's still grass in the area. Covered roughly 400 and 700 acres. Unfortunately, a bird flew into the existing transmission line that was there before the solar project was there. The bird's wings caused an arc that resulted in a grass fire that would have occurred in that area whether or not the project had been there or not. Nonetheless, almost 1,250 acres, a little bit more, 1,271 acres of vegetation within the project footprint burned. Interestingly enough, no damage was done to any of the solar panels. None of them combusted, none of them caught on fire, and local responders were able to come and contain that fire and put it out without any damage to other surrounding property owners. Kerner, operates 25 utility-scale solar projects across 9 states currently and has done so for more than 10 years. That is a total of, Mike, jump in here if I'm wrong, I think 4.5 million solar modules that we currently operate and monitor continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for going on a decade. And we have had 0 fires, none. So I think, that has been done through the rigorously high standards that Clenera follows when it constructs its projects, the rigorous maintenance regime that we enforce at all of our properties, and an ongoing review and revision to the best management practices of all of those sites to make sure that we're managing them to today's highest standard and the highest standard of tomorrow as it evolves and changes as more information is gathered around these projects. So, I just want to go on the record and state that, yes, is fire a concern in all communities with all types of infrastructure? Absolutely. Do we take that threat very seriously? Absolutely. Would Clenera and the Coggon Solar Project have a lot of financial loss potentially in the event of a fire? Absolutely. So we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that that doesn't happen because we have a vested and financial interest to do so. So I'm going to stop there, and I'd like to take some time and actually turn the microphone over to the kind folks at SIPCO to speak a little bit about the substation drain tile repairs that they've made at the Coggon Solar Substation. So, Bill, William, please.
Chair Rogers, Supervisor Walker, and Supervisor Zumbach. My name is Bill Cherrier. I am the Executive Vice President and CEO of SIPCO, Central Iowa Power Cooperative. We take very seriously SIPCO's work protecting land and maintaining property, including tile work, very seriously. And what we wanted to do today is address the issues that Supervisor Zumbach, you had brought up on tile management that we've heard several times. What I'd like to do, if you're okay with that, is bring up one of our principal engineers that has been directly involved with the site and done work behind that, and he has pretty substantial history and detail of what that is to show the work that has been done. And so with that, I'll have William Sonderman.
Thanks, Bill. Good evening, Supervisors. My name is William Sonderman. I am the Manager of Engineering at Central Iowa Power Cooperative. I wanted to take some time today to kind of go over some of the details of the SIPCO substation and the tile relating to it, because we heard from several landowners, not only at this meeting, but as well as at the Board of Adjustment meeting for our project for expansion. There we go. All right, so first I'm going to start off going over kind of a brief overview, looking at an aerial image. I can go over a few basic concepts and just kind of show you the general area of what's going on. Then I'm going to get into some of the history of what's happened at the site to date, some of the actions and steps that have been taken by SIPCO and the repairs completed to date, and also some of the current activities, what's currently being worked on to continue fixing this tile issue and making sure it's acceptable for all parties involved. So it's a little bit difficult to see on this screen, but as you can see, Linn Delaware Road is near the middle of the screen, going east-west, Delaware County on the north, Linn County on the south. The SIPCO Coggon substation was reconstructed in 2014 to replace the old substation. You can see on this aerial, it has not been updated yet from Google, but where the red X is, that's where the old substation used to lay. The new substation was built directly to the west of that, and in 2014. So just to give you an idea of what we're talking about in the area. So going back to 2013, the decision was made to rebuild our old substation due to aging condition. Land was purchased from Ken Ludoff, In 2014, SIPCO engaged in engineering, permitting, and environmental work, including through Linn County zoning process. In 2014, during substation construction, a broken tile was found by SIPCO and SIPCO's contractors, and it was repaired. Klima, a local tile company, was hired to reroute this tile around the west side of the substation, and this is a reasonable action that would have been performed by any contractor when encountering a drainage tile. In 2015, Dennis Price, the land tenant to the north, contacted SIPCO about moisture north of the substation in his farmland that he was farming. Since Mr. Price also does tile work as a side business, and he expressed the interest to fix the tile issue himself, SIPCO agreed and consented to fund the repairs in 2015. Calls with Dennis repeat roughly annually for a number of years. SIPCO left the repair schedule up to him since only he was impacted. He was the only person that we've been hearing about this issue at this time. Recently, Mr. Price told SIPCO that this tile issue was never a high priority for him, and he apologized for not repairing it sooner. Fast forward to 2021, in July, the Robinson family contacted SIPCO directly about drainage concerns. This was the first time that SIPCO was directly contacted on record from the Robinsons on this issue. All previous contacts were from the tenant. So immediately SIPCO acted upon this information, and in August of 2021 hired Kenway Sewer Service to scope the entire tile to inspect it. Several areas of partially crushed tile were found. They were immediately repaired. Cosmec Trucking provided the backhoe, and at that time all repairs were completed and the tile was free and clear of any obstructions in August of 2021. In September of 2021, to further improve the tile on SIPCO's property, we announced plans to wholesale replace all of the tile with more robust, reinforced, double-walled tile to prevent future issues from happening. The Robinsons requested an engineering study and evaluation before any work was performed. We agreed. SIPCO interviewed Anderson Bogert for a drainage study. This is a third-party engineer that SIPCO had no prior involvement with. So we wanted to reach out and just get a third-party opinion on this. The Robinsons objected to SIPCO's use of Anderson Bogart and insisted we use a Western Iowa engineer, Don Etler from Bolton and Mink. SIPCO contracted with Don Etler from Bolton and Mink. However, we found out he was kind of partially retired and works part-time. And his scope of work is going to be, or is, evaluating the adequacy of the existing tile, including the length, size, slope, direction, any inlets, land usage, etc., and to ultimately suggest reinforcements that considers future substation expansion plans. On October 24th, 2021, we experienced around a 2-inch rainfall at the substation site. SIPCO went out and took aerial drone photos of the Robinsons field to the north of the substation on each of the 3 days following. The photos show that water accumulation dissipated a couple days after the rain, indicating that the tile is functioning. This is the same information that was emailed to you the other day. So just to give you an idea where the Coggon substation is, it's near the circle there in northern Linn County. And this is just the NOAA image showing that we received around a 2-inch rainfall there. So this is a drone image for 24 hours after the 2-inch rainfall. You can see some water accumulation there on the field to the north. 48 hours later, it's continuing to dissipate. 72 hours later, it's nearly gone, if not completely gone. So in November of 2021, SIPCO went out to the site once again with the Kenway Sewer contractor and the third-party engineer that SIPCO and the Robinsons agreed with to perform a survey. We went out on site. They reconfirmed in November that the tile was in fact free and clear on SIPCO's property as it was repaired in August. So first time in August it was repaired and verified to be clear. Once again in November it was verified to be clear as well. The Ludolfs allowed SIPCO to scope their tile to the south, which was clear for 300 feet, which is just the max the camera could go. The Robinsons refused to let SIPCO investigate on their property or scope their field to the north to verify their tile condition, even though we used their recommended engineer on this project. Now I'd like to touch on some of the history of the tile ownership issue that was brought up by the Robinsons. SIPCO is not aware of any documentation to support the Robinsons' statement concerning the ownership of the tile on SIPCO property. The documents provided to SIPCO when SIPCO purchased this land referenced a drainage deed restriction, which is common. This restriction did not specifically detail the location of any drainage tile. However, this language indicates that neighbors have a right to use existing tile to drain their property, and SIPCO has an obligation to not prevent such use. During the course of SIPCO's substation construction in 2014, SIPCO merely relocated the tile away from the construction zone, which is a reasonable action that would have been performed by any contractor when encountering drainage tile or development was happening. So what's going on now? Some of the current activities and next steps. In December 2021, SIPCO requested through the Board of Adjustments a minor modification of an existing conditional use permit for substation expansion. SIPCO reiterated its plans at that meeting for tile reinforcement. SIPCO posted a $20,000 surety bond to be held by Linn County to show good faith for the repairs on site. SIPCO estimates that this bond amount to be around 2 to 3 times the expected costs. However, the final engineer's report is not done yet, and so once that final engineer report is completed, we will review it and figure out if that amount is adequate or if it needs to change. Fast forward to January, all parties are still awaiting this engineer's report, and this engineer's report once again is going to evaluate whether the tile is adequate and compatible with the adjacent landowners in its present condition, or if additional improvements are recommended. The report will also consider the future substation expansion plans. And I'd like to highlight that SIPCO, as Bill said, is committed to ensuring that the tile system is in working order and will make any improvements on the tile necessary on SIPCO's property. Again, this is a little bit difficult to see depending on where you're at in the room, but this just shows the existing Coggon substation as it sits today. During substation construction, roughly where that red line is where the old tile route was, and that's just being inferred from where it's coming in on our property and where it's going out. I don't have exact details of where it was because, again, no tile maps were available when we purchased the land. So SIPCO rerouted the tile, you can see it in the pink, around the substation such that our development could occur, as well as to keep that tile in place so it could properly drain for all neighbors to the north and to the south. That is all I have today.
Thank you, William. Appreciate it. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Thank you. Thank you, William. Appreciate that. So, let's see here. So I'd like to spend a little bit of time going over some of the additional conditions that were added at Monday night's meeting. I think the first one we'd like to spend a little time addressing is the 1,250-foot setback. The 1,250-foot setback does not work with the current layout without requiring the project to secure more land in order to do so. Coggon Solar is not a hog farm. It doesn't smell, it doesn't make noise, it's going to have minimal traffic after construction, it doesn't adversely impact local air quality. In fact, evidence suggests that it might actually just do the opposite. The 1,250-foot setback is greater than the wind setback in the current Linn County Renewable Energy Ordinance. Coggon Solar would be unable to meet its contractual obligations to SIPCO for energy production on the current footprint if the 1,250-foot setback is imposed. The 300-foot setback already exceeds typical zoning requirements for projects of this size across Midwestern states and the United States nationally. One of the main issues that's come up is the loss of productive farm ground that would need to be taken out of production in order to accommodate this project or other projects like it. If you were to impose a 1,250-foot setback, that would necessarily require that more land be taken out of production to meet the energy needs that are inelastic. The amount of energy that your community consumes is not going to change even if you impose these setbacks. So it's going to need to be made whole someplace else. What I've cited here below, and you can see on this graphic on the right, it's a little difficult perhaps for everyone in the room to see. The red circles represent the 1,250-foot setback from all residences that would be within proximity of the project. Using those circles, that equates to roughly a 205-acre loss of land that the project was previously considering using for this project, or a reduction of roughly 27% of the 750 acres in the permit application. Now, I understand that we're here today seeking a conditional use that is not the typical use of ground in Linn County or necessarily even in Iowa for that matter, but I know if someone was to come and tell me that I could only use 75% of my property for my intended purposes, I would be pretty upset about that. So I think that there's certainly a property owner's right here as well, but I think there's more than that. We're just concerned about the pragmatic fact that we're going to have to go get almost twice as much farm ground in order to accommodate a project of this size if you impose this setback. Clonera would propose the following. We would propose that the county maintain the original county staff recommended setback of 300 feet to the panels. Along with that, Clonera is proposing to screen a minimum of 1,000 feet along the fence of all occupied residences within 1,000 feet of the project boundary. The screening will be vegetative and will consist of trees or bushes and hedges that will be grown to a maximum height of no less than 8 feet. Further, we're willing to apply this setback and screening standard to residences outside of Linn County and Delaware County, as well as Mr. Bickle's property that currently has no residents on it. What you can see here in the art is where we would propose doing the screening, and below on the left is a rendering of what that screening would look like. Interestingly enough, there will still oftentimes be large buffer areas outside of the fence line that will be able to continue to be farmed. And so, 6 months of the year, it's highly likely that you'll have some kind of cover crop or production crop growing in front of the fence and setback. So I ask you to consider that as we move forward, because the 1,250-foot setback as proposed today would essentially stop this project from moving forward. So moving on to one of the other conditions that was imposed at Monday night's meeting is this concept of a minimum panel height of 28 inches. Clonera strongly feels that this 28-inch panel height requirement is not grounded in fact or really any scientific basis whatsoever. Coggon Solar has been very open and accommodating to the resource conservation requests and requirements that the county has asked of us. I think county staff would attest to that, I would hope. We've been willing participants in putting site restrictions around open waterways, around drainages, coming up with an extremely robust vegetative management plan, an agriculture mitigation plan, and trying to put together what we feel is a very robust, comprehensive package that is going to protect the natural soil resources of this site while it is in use, and its dual use as a renewable energy generating facility that's going to power the equivalent of 18,000 Iowa homes. I think county staff has said on many occasions that we've been great to work with and have gone so far in order to do that. I would say that these go beyond the conditions of the Rio, and we've done so happily and have come up with, in my mind, a much better project as a result of the input of the people in this room and the hard work of the Linn County staffers. We strongly feel that a seed mix with a minimum canopy height of 18 inches during the growing season can be achieved that will prolong the benefits of the soil conditions, water quality, and natural environment. Is it going to do that as well as if it was a natural prairie without the dual use of a solar farm? Maybe, maybe not. We don't know, but we do know that these plants are going to be able to grow underneath the solar arrays. And they're going to flourish, and the overall quality of the site is going to improve over the long term. I mean, it would be hard for me to find someone here who would be willing to dispute that. Another thing that kind of sticks out about this requirement that doesn't make a lot of sense to me is, we've heard a lot about impacted property values, and, I just went over the things, how it's different from a hog farm that doesn't smell, doesn't make any noise, there's not a lot of traffic, there's not people coming and going. So the main impact, as far as I can discern, is impacts related to viewshed. So if you want to jack the entire project up another foot, you're going to just increase the visibility of that system that much further. So I'm not sure how those two things are reconciled. Something else that's been brought up previously is vulnerability of the project to wind speeds, and raising the arrays up a foot again. It just increases the vulnerability to wind speed, although the project will be designed to withstand the wind speeds of the average area and the derecho that came through several years ago. The other thing that I will point out is we have spoken to industry experts about this issue, and people who develop native prairie plans for solar projects and wind projects across the Midwest and the US. And they've said, in fact, the leading edge of panel heights does matter, but it matters for fixed tilt systems, which is the panels are fixed, they're not moving. So the ground cover that is shaded is always shaded. This is going to be a single axis tracker that follows the sun throughout the day, that's moving, that allows the wind patterns to shift underneath it. And these experts that we've talked to that plant these and run these vegetation prairies for solar farms said, that's going to have a lot less impact with a single axis tracker because it does move, and it does allow sun and wind and elements to expose the full footprint underneath the arrays. So I think that's an important distinction here, is the technology distinction of what we're proposing. I think I just kind of covered that point. And finally, we have heard through conversations that, maybe cost doesn't matter, and that is a foreign concept to me. Cost matters in every element of our lives, from what you pay for your taxes, what you pay for gasoline, what you pay for your food, what you pay for your kids to go to school. I mean, the only thing people talk about on the news today is inflation. So I think cost does matter. And for people to just cast cost aside and say that's not a component that needs to be considered, I just think is a little bit baseless. And, I ask that you consider the cost of this project, that the sun and the revenue the sun is only going to shine so much, and the revenue the project can generate is tied to how much sunshine there is. So it's on a fixed income, and if it doesn't reach a certain threshold, it's not going to be able to be financed and constructed because there are better investments elsewhere. I think just to kind of carry on this same point, there was a memo that was submitted to the Board of Supervisors by the Linn County Conservation Soil District, the Linn County Soil Conservation Office, entitled "The Suggested Panel Height for Utility Scale Complexes." I was able to get a copy of the memo, and in reviewing it, just wanted to point out a few things about it. The staff reviewed in putting together this memo 3 utility scale solar projects. Those consisted of the 1.2 megawatt Zumbrota Solar Garden in Minnesota. It's a fixed tilt system, it's 10 acres. And the Marshall Solar Park project, which is 62 megawatts, again, fixed tilt, 515 acres, so a little bit closer in comparison to the project we're describing. And then finally, they reviewed the Wapello Solar Park project in Louisa County, Iowa, which was also developed by Kerner. I thought it was interesting that there's a comment in the memo that said all of the sites, other than the Wapello site, consisted of a diverse native prairie matrix. In the photos here, on the left, you can see the Zimbrota solar project that's in Minnesota. This photo is off of the developer owner's website. I'm not an expert in soils and grasses, and I defer heavily to John's opinion, and I think Clenera has and will continue to do that throughout the process of this development. But that doesn't look like a native prairie to me. That looks like my lawn when my dogs peed all over it. Actually, the Coggon solar project on the right looks very similar. If I was to take away those labels, I think you would think those were one and the same. So I'm not sure what type of native prairie is being managed at the Zimbrota project, but for this Coggon solar project, we have committed to a much more diverse, robust seed mix that we're committing publicly to work with the county to identify what that seed mix is going to look like and how it's going to be maintained. Then I'd also like to just jump over to the Marshall Solar Project for a second, because it was this Marshall Solar Park project in Minnesota that county staff relied heavily on the kind of development plan and implementation of this project as kind of a guiding beacon for how this project should be developed and managed moving forward. So, we looked very closely and were recommended to look closely at the Marshall Solar Vegetation Plan and Agricultural Mitigation Plan, which we followed almost to a T, I would say, in doing so. You can see these are two different photos of the Marshall Solar Park project. The one on the left shows the leading edge very clearly because there's no vegetation in front of it. That does not look like 28 inches to me. I would say that's 12 to 18 inches. And then you can see on the right, that's in the springtime, where the prairie seems to be pretty robust to me. I mean, it looks pretty healthy. Again, I'm not a soil or grass expert, but it does not seem like that panel height is a determining factor into the success of the native prairie undergrowth of this project. The other thing I would add is that only one of the 3 sites that county staff reviewed actually had a minimum panel height of 28 inches or greater, and that was the Zimbrota project. So whether that was done for native prairie or for other design reasons, I can't speculate. But I will say that, the industry standard is not that of 28 inches. Actually, it's much lower. Interestingly enough, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, which had oversight on the Marshall Solar Project, which was the template for this project, has published guidelines entitled Prairie Establishment and Maintenance Technical Guidance for Solar Projects. And it was actually revised in July of last year. And interesting, it recommends that the vegetation be mowed once it reaches a height of 18 inches. So, we're a little bit perplexed because we operate 25 of these facilities nationwide. There's over 2,500 of them nationwide. And, staff has looked at 3 of them, where only one of them is an actual true comparison in terms of scope and technology to make this recommendation. I alluded to this a little bit earlier, but, cost is a factor. And, I'd like to just take a minute and talk about what kind of impacts this imposition would have on the project and the cost and ultimately the ratepayers of SIPCO and Linn County REC. An excerpt, again, from the county memo. Engineers discuss costs associated with higher panel heights. The consensus is from a design and installation standpoint that panel heights of 18 to 28 inches do not adversely affect these factors. So staff reviewed 3 projects out of 2,500 nationally to make that consensus statement. Only one of the 3 of those projects had a height greater than 28 inches, whereas Clenera has owned and operated 25 of these projects, and our team has developed closer to 50 of these projects. Interestingly enough, the memo goes on to say that estimates related to the staff suggest that additional material costs may result in an additional $2 million that are not further multiplied after construction. And then they also reviewed an independent engineering analysis that said that these costs of increased panel height of just 6 inches or greater, which here we're looking at 10 minimum, would result in a 20% increase of the project. And I don't know if that 20% number refers to the total project cost, because that would be $30 million. That's a lot of money. Even if it's a subset of that, even if it's $2 million, that could be the difference of whether or not this project gets built in this county or gets built someplace else. You know, finally, and this is a little bit frustrating for us as an applicant that has worked very hard to accommodate the requests of the county to develop a project in this fashion, is that if increases to budgets are not concerned that utility-scale solar companies should not enter into contractual agreements if they assume that an 18-inch panel height will be accepted, which is well above the norm. There actually is no, most municipalities and counties that have ordinances for these projects are not concerned with the low leading edge of the panels. They're worried about how high they are off the ground, how visible they're going to be from far away. So this particular sentence is frustrating for me, because how would we know that those requirements exist unless they were in your ordinance? Imposing them post facto on us is sending a signal to the business community that there's uncertainty here that is difficult to deal with on an economic basis. So I ask you to consider the following. During the pollinator season, the areas under the arrays will be planted with the native seed mix as condoned by the county staff, and will be maintained to a height of 18 inches or greater. Areas outside of the solar arrays will be planted with native seed mix and shall be undisturbed during the pollinator season unless needing to be maintained for safety. So I ask you to consider that as an alternative to the condition that you imposed on Monday. Finally, there was discussion on Monday about the use of monitoring during construction, and we're okay with that. Most of the requirements, whether it be through the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan, the National Pollution Discharge, the Vegetation Management Plan, the Agricultural Mitigation Plan, all of those will require the engineer of record or some monitor to sign off that the plans and the as-built plans were followed as intended. And it is their professional reputation and licensing that's on the line in order to do so. So we're committed to incorporate those sign-offs, those monitors, and work with the county to make sure that everything that we're promising and we're going to do today gets done, and gets done to the standard that this community expects and is entitled to. So with that, I thank you for your time. I appreciate your consideration, and I welcome your comments and questions.
Wonderful. Mr. Fitzgerald, thank you very much. Mr. McKee, thank you as well for these updates. And William, I didn't catch your last name, but thank you for addressing the tile drainage issues. Now is the time in the agenda after the applicant presentation for questions from the board to be asked of the applicant, and certainly we can draw upon expertise of our staff since there is, regarding the topic of our soil and water conservation director, of talking about seed, panel height, so we can also refer questions to him as well as Charlie Nichols. But if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Fitzgerald, or whomever wishes to field these questions, I have a few to start, if that's okay, Supervisor Zumba and Walker. Okay. I do appreciate and want to be sensitive to the changes that this board made on Monday. And certainly to your last point about sort of moving the goalposts after an application has been submitted, what we're trying to accomplish here, rather, I'll speak for myself, what I'm trying to accomplish here is ensuring that we have these type of discussions to ensure that people who are for this feel that this is a good project and it's done right. For the people who are against it, if it does pass and it is in their area, that every action was taken to ensure that either they are, not only were they heard, but that the applicant and their elected representatives thought creatively and collaboratively to try and reduce any visual impact, any potential or even perceived property value reduction. And that was really my impetus for supporting the 1,250-foot setback. Again, we did that not knowing, and we certainly weren't going to put you on the spot at 11 o'clock at night on Monday, what impact this would have. But out of this, it now appears that you're talking about screening, and I don't know if that was in the original application. We're talking about, the different types of prairie. I do appreciate you uplifting the difference between the I want to make sure I get the terminology correct, the single track access, and I don't know if that is similar to Wapello or Beaver Hollow or others, but, for us non-technical, we specialize in policy. So it is true that you may have within your team experience on 50+ solar arrays. I don't know if anyone here has experience on an industrial scale solar array. So us imposing those conditions, we knew that there would be some impacts, and I appreciate you uplifting it for us because it does help put into perspective the size and scale of the project as well as how those conditions could impact. So with all that, you alluded to, Mr. Fitzgerald, the amount of land that would need to be either acquired or utilized. Do you have an estimate? Is it a 1-for-1? If 205 acres is not usable, you would need 205 contiguous acres elsewhere?
I would say, and this is a little bit of speculation, but if you were to include those other setbacks in other places, I would say it's greater than 1-to-1 because you're not going to be able to necessarily find a contiguous 205 acres someplace else that can be used. You may have to have another setback or a gentide corridor, or the ultimate footprint of the project would just be expanding outward. The nice thing about this footprint, believe it or not, is it's very tight and contiguous, and it's all in one geographical area. I mean, there are projects in other parts of the country where they're sprawling over several miles, and I don't think that would be a preferable solution to what we have here today.
So if we were to keep the 1250 and the project were to proceed, what you're saying is that you would have to engage with other willing property owners to either sell or lease their land. So the argument being if people don't want more ag land taken out of production for 35 years, the 1250 would require additional land.
In order to build a project of this size that would generate the amount of electricity that we are contractually obligated and committed to delivering to SIPCO, yes.
Okay. You also mentioned the industry standards for panel height. Do you have off the top of your head for single access tracks what that industry standard is?
Mike, do you want to come up and talk about that, or would you prefer I do it? I'd like to invite Michael Gallego, our Vice President of Construction, to come up and address this question.
Good evening, Mike.
Good evening. Good evening, Michael Gallego, Vice President of Operations for Clean Era. So there really isn't an industry standard for panel height. It's typically what we've seen across the country has been a standard as far as zoning that you can go to a specific height. For instance, in Arizona, we built a project that was built over a flood zone, and in order to allow for that panel height in there, they had to give us a maximum panel height. So when you look at the single axis tracker, and I don't know if it was on there someplace. You know where it's at. Anyways, the single axis tracker, as it tracks during the day, the leading edge, comes from the bottom, goes up, and it'll peak out at a certain height, which is typically around the 9-foot range. And you can see it there on the schematic. At Wapello, we use what's called a 2P system, and a 2P system is actually a larger table, and it peaks out at around 14 feet, almost 15 feet. We felt that on this project, because of the nature of the project, the fact that it's rolling hills a little bit, and the view shed, we went with a 1P product, which keeps that visual view shorter in overall height. So, again, your question as far as industry standard, it is typically, it depends on what the local code requirement is.
Okay, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, yes, yeah. So that was sort of the lead off. I appreciate that. And Mr. Fitzgerald, you also talked about, I think it was as it relates to the suggested or recommended 28-inch minimum panel height, that could, according to one of your experts, lead to a, was it 20%, 30% increase?
That was actually out of the staff memo or a report that they had reviewed that said that those costs would be in that range. We haven't had a chance to fully quantify it, but I would say it's in the millions of dollars that request would require.
Is the panel minimum height as detrimental, in your view? Is it detrimental to, as detrimental as the setback?
The setback is, I mean, that would basically stop the project from moving forward. The increased burden of costs, along with some of the onerous requirements that the project is already enduring, may be the difference between it being built in this county or someplace else, potentially, yes.
Okay. I think for now, those are my questions. Supervisor Walker, do you wish to go next? Thank you.
Sure, I have questions. Thank you. And thank you all for your presentations here. I am going to jump around a bit. I picked up this question from a resident's concern at our last meeting. And I can't remember which resident it was, but they pointed out that we may have been asking a question incorrectly. And the question has to do with toxic chemicals. I think your team has shown us that there will be no toxic chemicals used in the manufacturing of these products. But I was requested to ask the question, would there be toxic chemicals on any of these products, including the panels? Do you understand the distinction?
I think I was there when the individual asked, and I think it's on the film, the photovoltaic film. No?
By all means, please join me.
So there are different types of solar panels, and when you're talking about a thin film panel, there can be certain elements that have what I think it's cadmium and a couple other items. We do not use those panels. We can very blatantly share and very openly share, there are no toxic chemicals in or on the panels that we will be using.
Okay.
I think the acronym, it's the PSAS or the PF.
P5.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's the question was in relation to.
Yep.
There you
okay.
go.
So we kind of got into this. One of my chief concerns after the last meeting, after reading a report that was furnished by some of our experts, was soil health. And we kind of got into this. So you mentioned that you have 25 installations across 9 states here. What can you tell us about the soil health in those installations? And then please, I don't know if your panel heights are all the same across there, but if you could just expand on how those installations are performing.
Sure. So we have facilities across the country. And some of those facilities are in very wet areas, some facilities in very dry areas. I would tell you that the dry areas they foster less growth than anything else, right? They're typically desert. They might get some seasonal grasses that grow in them and they die off. In areas where it's wetter, let's say for Indiana, for instance, we have a solar facility that sits on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway property. That facility is a fixed tilt facility. It's not a tracker, it's a fixed tilt facility. It's one of only 2 fixed tilt facilities that we own. It has continuous growth underneath it. those panels are built, you know, at a height of leading edge about 18 inches, and they peak out at about 8 feet. We mow that site 7 to 8 times a year in order to control the vegetation to be below the 18-inch height. The 18-inch height will start to shade the panels, which is why we keep it there. So, you know, it depends on the rain, obviously. In areas like California, we use sheep, and in some cases we're mandated to use sheep. And sheep are good. They're good for the growth of the grasses. They put nutrients back into the soil, but they tend to do some damage. But that's our damage, right? That's risk that we take, and then we end up having to fix that damage sometimes. You know, in areas like Wyoming, we might mow once a year. And we've seen in that land in particular, that land is a BLM lease, and BLM has strict requirements on how you manage their land and how you manage the forage on there. So we have several studies that are ongoing there, not only for antelope but for the bird populations and so forth. And we've seen grouse populations that have actually thrived on the project, because they can get in and they have the grasses that they need. I mean, the grasses grow there. They grow pretty well. Even though it's at a 6,800-foot elevation, it still grows pretty well. So a variety of stuff. The soil conditions vary. But I would say for most part, most solar facilities take 2 to 3 years for soil conditions to stabilize, fully stabilize, where your permanent growth, it takes hold, and your temporary growth, which you put down during construction to control the stormwater and the runoff, that growth kind of, you know, dies out over time, but you have to continue to apply it in order to stabilize the site. So over time, we see that the permanent seeds take over and pretty much start to choke out the weeds. So we do less weed control on our more mature sites than we do on our younger sites. So.
Okay. The other question I have, it was mentioned in the presentation that you have a robust vegetation maintenance program. Do you want to expand on what that actually means?
Sure. So a lot of it is dependent on the area. So like I was talking about California. In California, vegetation management plan might include things like grazing.
Could we sorry to interrupt you, could we focus on probably like projects? So
okay.
I don't know if that would be somewhere else in the Midwest, but trying
so
to...
let's take Indiana, for instance, right?
Okay.
Indiana is a robust program. We have people in that project site every month except the winter months, right? They can't do much in the winter months in there, but in the months where it's the growing season, we have contractors that come on site and regularly mow that site, or they manage for weeds, noxious weeds, stuff like that. It's typically around the fence lines, around some of the equipment. There we use a central inverter, so we take care of any kind of high growth underneath our central inverter skids so that they're not a fire hazard. You know, in areas where we have fire potential, we have requirements to actually go in and disc the surrounding areas of our fence line to make sure that there's no issues if a grass fire were to start, that it would burn from our site into somebody else's adjoining site. So there's things like that. I mean, it just depends on the region and what's required.
Okay. So I will make this comment, and then my last question I have is going to be for John. But, you know, I appreciate the work that your team went back and did after this board voted on the conditions it voted on in the last meeting. And I'll just say again, stating my preference is that this board not try to impose conditions until we all have an understanding of what those conditions might do for property owners and for the project. And I think it was clearly demonstrated that there, may have been some unintended consequences with conditions that were imposed in the last meeting. Two primary unintended consequences might be the expansion of the footprint of this project, which I don't imagine a lot of folks who are opposed to this would actually want, and the increase in the height sort of gets at that visibility of the project, which I also don't imagine people who are opposed to this project would want. So I appreciate you going back and trying to help us understand what some of those unintended consequences might be. John, the question I have for you is, when you furnished the information to this board about seed mixes, did your research take into account solar arrays that moved? Can you tell me is it track solar arrays, the terminology? Did it take into account solar arrays that move or track, or solar arrays that were stationary?
John Gallagher, Soil Conservation. So my analysis that I provided in that report was based on taking into account observations and opinions from multiple people inside and outside the solar industry. Resource professionals that are not affiliated with solar, designers and professionals that are affiliated with solar. Some of those were fixed arrays. Some of those may or may not be fixed arrays. In expressing my concerns during my fact-finding mission, the consensus of the school of thought was most industry solar developers want to have the effective panel height, regardless of if it's a fixed array or a tilting array, as low as possible. Why is that? I assume it's a cost benefit. So what I did was look at what the county is proposing. The primary driver here is we're trying to create pollinator habitat. We're trying to build soil. And for everybody in the room, when we talk soil health, we don't talk about what type of situation we're dealing with in California, here, Indiana, wherever. We're talking here, soil health meant in the ordinance talks about building soil. And we build soil through the improvement of soil structure, soil aggregate stability, improved infiltration, but most importantly, the increase in organic matter. And I'd like to have a chance to comment. I mean, Mr. Fitzgerald put a lot of things up there that are worthy of further discussion on and clarification, which I'd be happy to do so when you want me to.
Sure. Let me just jump in here. And Charlie, could you remind me what our ordinance or guidance is in terms of panel height for these solar arrays?
Is it 18 for the minimum?
We don't specify a minimum panel height. They had proposed an 18-inch panel height previously, but we do not in our ordinance currently specify a minimum panel height.
So that being said, there is...
Let me just, sorry, John, I'm sorry about this. I want to make sure I had this right, Charlie. At 18, the 18 inches panel height, planning and development did recommend that this project move forward.
Yes, with the 18-inch panel height proposed, the recommendation of planning and development was approval of the project. NRCS had included in the conditions a strong recommendation of a 28-inch panel height, but it was not a required condition.
Okay, got it. So before you go on, I am actually done with my questions, so I don't know if you or Supervisor Zumba want to.
I'd like to hear the rest of John's presentation.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisors. So when we talk about building soil, when we talk about soil health, we're talking about improving organic matter content of the soils. We know by the nature of the activities that are going to occur in this construction process, we're going to have compaction. The mitigation plan references alleviating compaction, minimizing or fixing compaction. We also know that they talk about mass grading, separating the topsoil from the subsoils. Mechanical activities such as this are an extreme detriment to not building soil, but an extreme detriment to soil health. And the reason why Linn County has put a priority on soil health is because it affects multiple things. It's not just about having a healthy soil. It's about the ability for that soil to sustain itself, to become something better, to take our prime farmland and maintain it as prime farmland, or potentially improve it long term. When you have a situation where in a construction activity that destroys soil health, we can have all sorts of mitigation plans, but we can never do what Mother Nature does best, which is rejuvenate itself. So when I recommended a 28-inch panel height, and the Sheriff's Department, this is not a weapon. This is a grazer's stick. I can provide you one if we're talking about sheep. This would come in handy when we're pasturing sheep, cattle, or anything else. This grazer's stick is a tool used by farmers, used by resource professionals, used by all sorts of people to understand forage height and how that relates to the ability of a forage to have a production quality. It gives you an idea of what the value and what the how sustainable that is, the above ground growth of your forages. So the one thing it doesn't tell you is the value and benefit of below ground. It's a fact that the majority of the plant, when it comes to biomass production, and when it comes to the ability of a soil to build itself, to become something better than it was, is a result of the biological activity that happens below ground, both soil microbial activity and biomass activity. It's a fact that the native prairie soils in Iowa and several Midwestern states produce about 0.2 tons of biomass on the surface. It's also a fact that below ground, that's about 2.2 tons of biomass. It's been figured out that basically you have more biomass below ground than you see above ground. So when I'm talking 18-inch, or when they're talking an 18-inch leading edge, we're talking 18 inches right here. And somehow a 28-inch ask is cost prohibitive and cannot be done. It can't be performed. This can. That we can't. The reason why I promoted that 28-inch leading edge is because I've talked to several resource professionals that said we can't spec out a native prairie stand because most of our prairie grasses grow taller than 18 inches. So that's why you see leading edges that are greater than 30 inches because it allows for a greater diversity of a plant community, which allows for better soil health. You will never be building soil health in a small, short-statured grass like Kentucky bluegrass, which we all have in our lawns, because the root growth maybe goes down 4 inches. And I'll wrap this up in just a second. We need to be stewards of our ground. We need to be sustainable. And the reason I didn't just arbitrarily decide, yep, I want to be a pest, so I'm going to make this higher than it should be. I'm going off of several professionals who have done their research and do have information based, in fact, that you need to have higher panel height to be able to sustain a prairie. Because sustaining a prairie doesn't mean mowing it. I think their suggestion was kind of arbitrary on when they would choose to mow and not. And Mr. Fitzgerald referenced the other day in my final mention here, and I won't go into the specifics of his presentation, but he mentioned they want to emulate the Iowa State STRIPS program. They want to emulate CRP. Well, the one thing that CRP doesn't do is allow mowing during the growing season. Those plant communities, to build soil health, are left to let Mother Nature do their thing. If you take and you continually whack back a plant, it's not going to be able to grow to its highest potential and build the soils that we're asking for. We could potentially move our organic matter content up 1% on these facilities over the course of 20 years. 25,000 gallons per acre water can be stored in that 1% organic matter. Infiltration characteristics go up 8% in 6 years if you can build soil health. That speaks to a flooding issue. That speaks to better water management. It speaks to better soil health. It speaks to our better environment. So anyway, I'll get off my soapbox.
John, I swear to God, that's the most animated I've ever seen you. Okay. Louis, do you want to ask your questions?
I think for right now, I'm probably all right, but I'm going to take a 5 minute, or it won't be 5 minutes, but I'm going to take a little break.
Okay, we'll take a quick 5-minute break.
Or here, we'll just do this.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, we will get started again.
Well, no, I can't have it back, can I? I'm just going to have to give you some sheets because all my notes are on all the other tables.
Why does this happen to me? I think it automatically unlocks in 20 minutes.
All right. Need more? Holler. Do you do shorthand? Or you just, no? Okay.
Mr. McKee, did you want to respond? Thank you.
All right. I hope everyone had a good break. I know that the break is very required, so thank you, Commissioner or Supervisor. John, thank you. I really appreciate your comments, and I just kind of want to go through a few things to make sure that we're looking at this through the lens of what it is. The Coggon Solar Project is not STRIPS. The Coggon Solar Project is not CRP. They are two different things. Now, what we are trying to do is not be STRIPS or CRP. We are trying to be a generating facility that produces electricity that is doing everything within our power to emulate those programs. CRP does not produce electricity. STRIPS does not produce electricity. They do not pay taxes. They do not pump millions of dollars of jobs into the economy and pay millions of dollars of taxes into the economy. They actually take money from the government to do a very important thing. I want to be very, very clear on that. Like, I respect and I am very grateful for the collaboration here because I truly believe that at the end of the day, we will have a better project because of the knowledge and skill of John and the team. I do want to talk through a couple of things. So the difference between a single axis tracker and a fixed tilt is extremely important. On a single axis tracker, the panel as it goes up and down, I'm going to try and find it, or I'm going to throw this over to Tom, who's going to find it. Go to the leading edge, the same one that Mike was on. So you can see right there that bottom edge. On a single axis tracker, at a height of 18 inches, that bottom edge will be above 24 inches 64% of the time. What that means is a very small portion of the day here, and that's on both sides. That's not accounting for, so really on each side, well, take 100 minus 64, that should be, what, 26, divide that by 2, that's 13. So 13% of the time, 36, thank you. Well, no, divide it by 2. 18. Thank you. He does math, I do talking. So 18% of the time, that edge is going to be higher than 24 inches. And so it's higher than 24 inches. And so really what we have to think through is, what does that mean for the grass? Because really, it doesn't matter how tall the panel is. It matters, can the grass grow? Can the prairie grass grow? Can it pollinate? So we have really been looking at the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources Prairie Establishment and Maintenance Technical Guidance for Solar Projects. This is the guiding document for the Marshall Solar Project that was part of the research. Mowing, from the document, it says, mowing should take place once a month or after vegetation reaches 18 inches in height. Mowing should be done at a raised level, should be taken to avoid mowing the planting too frequently or too aggressively, such as weekly or shorter than the recommended height, as this can damage the native prairie planting to fail. And we 100% agree. We 100% agree with that. We want to maintain a program that will allow the prairie to grow as much as can be done. But remember, this is a electrical plant. This is a generating facility that has many, many positive outcomes, both economically and environmentally and sustainability. So one thing I also want to mention, so when I talk about the 17% on each side, that is for a portion of our site. For anyone who lives out in Coggon, you know that it is not flat. It has rolling hills. And so the pile heights of our plant are not going to be straight all the way across. You're going to have rolling piles, and the contour of our tracker is going to fall with that. So some of our panels are actually going to be far greater than 28 inches because it's not flat. And so what we're talking about is 17% of the time, it will be lower than 24 inches, and even a lesser amount because not all of the plant is going to be at that height. Some of it's going to be higher. And so what we're discussing here is the possibility of basically saying the project's not going to move forward so that native prairie grass so our panels will be something greater than 17%. It's basically a show-stopping item for our project, and we have not seen the factual basis that this will have an impact on the soil or the grass, because that's really what we're talking about. It's, can the grass grow? If you can tell me that grass can't grow, that's a very different situation. Now, one last piece, and I'll get down because I think I'm starting to ramble. In the appendix C of this plan, there are, I'm not going to count it because that would be terrible, but there's probably 20 to 25 seeds that they're suggesting that can be grown that are all lower than 18 inches. And this is not from California. This is not from Wyoming. This is not from Colorado. This is from Minnesota. This is the State Department of Natural Resources and their suggestion for prairie establishment and maintenance technical guidance for solar projects. This was our guiding document, and we believe that if we can follow this and we can follow, and working with John, we can find a program that will generate electricity, create a more sustainable future, bring labor and jobs to the county, and have a project. If we have a limitation of 28 inches, we will have none of those things.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from the board before we, on the agenda, ask any questions of our staff? Supervisor Walker?
Yes, thank you for that response. My question has to do with, specifically with two phases, so the construction phase and the decommissioning phase. Is there anything in the agricultural mitigation plan that gets at soil compaction and gets at the soil health during those two phases of the project?
You have our commitment that we will work with the county team to address compaction, to address soil health. That is part of our overall maintenance and construction plan. So with that, I want Mike to speak up, who can speak to more of the specifics of that, but that is absolutely vital to our overall construction plan and maintenance plan.
So in regards specifically to compaction and those kind of things, so we typically, if we have a agricultural or some sort of management plan that the county wants us to provide, we can provide that. Obviously, that will be in part from the specifics that folks like John want us to have in that plan. And the plan will be adhered to, much like we adhere to a stormwater prevention plan that we're required to submit with the state. Those same best management practices are put into place on these projects. So, and then when it comes to seeding, it's the same thing. I mean, you can't overseed and seed things that are so compacted you can't work on them. So, but I will say that 90% of the vehicular traffic on these sites are side-by-side buggies. That's what we use in and out of the arrays as we're working on these arrays. We use telehandlers. We use some pile driving machines that run on tracks. But other than the traffic that's on roads, 90% of that is on side-by-sides, which don't compact the ground as much as, let's say, running a full-size pickup or other, machinery that would compact those areas.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have any questions.
One that just, you did mention soil compaction and decommissioning. So on the back end of this project, we haven't really touched on decommissioning. And I know that in the presentation, Kerner has put up a $1 million bond. We're obviously talking 35 years into the future, and much, if not all of this, is it galvanized steel? I don't know what the market will be like for galvanized steel in the future, but if there is a delta between the $1 million bond that has been placed and the true cost of decommissioning, can you walk me through? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. If the cost of decommissioning is more than $1 million, what does that mean in terms of the responsibility of Kerner or whatever entity owns the solar array in the future? Because again, in my remarks where we talk about our responsibility is to the public's interest, making sure that taxpayers are not and should not be on the hook for decommissioning a private entity's infrastructure.
I 100% wholly agree with that statement. We don't anticipate the taxpayers of Linn County to be burdened with the removal and remediation of this project. We have commissioned a decommissioning plan by a third-party engineer, and through that process and through the conditions of approval that staff are recommending for this project, we'll be reviewing that plan. And it doesn't actually list it here. I don't know if the staff presentation is available because it actually detailed the review process that decommissioning plan would be going under, but I believe it would be reviewed annually for. And maybe Charlie, would you be able to detail the specifics for me as to how the county would be requesting that we review the plan and update both the requirements of the decommissioning plan, but also potentially the related financial assurance?
Yeah, so there's 3 separate reviews that happen for the plan. There's an annual review that has the plan looked at to make sure it's in line with industry standards? I believe it's every 2 years, a licensed appraiser familiar with solar projects reviews the project to make sure that the costs are in line with what would be expected. And then I believe it's every 5 years, a licensed professional reviews the actual salvage value to make sure the salvage value is in line with what is reported in the plan or if it needs to be adjusted. So there's 3 separate reviews that go on: an annual basic check, a more specific appraiser check, I believe, is biannual, and then every 5 years that salvage value specifically is reviewed.
So Charlie, after it's reviewed, every 5 years, markets move, and we're using the salvage value against part of this, correct?
Correct.
So on year 5, I mean, salvage steel is much like corn. So there's a lot of people in here who know how corn works. Right now we're probably $6 a bushel. Next year we might be at $3. How does that weigh in if on year 23 we have that $6 a year and they didn't have to put any more in, but on year, I said 23, right? On year 25 we're plummeted and now we're short.
Right. That's a great question.
And they don't have enough money to pay it because perhaps it's been, I mean, I take some of my knowledge from having pipelines through my farm. I think it's, in my opinion, it's just my opinion on the pipelines, but I think big businesses like this, it often changes hands. So suppose this changes hands, I think that's a real possibility at some point. And the new company they don't have that. Then what?
That's a really great point of consideration and question. So the way the decommissioning plan is laid out right now, there's a base bond, performance decommissioning bond of $1 million. If at any point $1 million plus the salvage value falls below the decommissioning cost, that bond needs to be increased. So right now the cost of decommissioning is about $2.7 million, and that includes 20% contingency, that includes all the soft costs. The salvage value is around $7 million. Our bond is $1 million. So obviously the salvage value plus the bond right now is greater than the decommissioning cost. Let's say year 25, the salvage value, there's changes in technology, those panels are actually worthless now. Nobody's going to want them. The salvage value is 0. Our bond is $1 million. Decommissioning cost, let's just say, is $4 million. That bond would need to be changed to be $4 million.
And who changes it?
We would work with the applicant to change it.
But what if, I know we're just talking in what ifs, I get that. But what if the applicant doesn't have it?
The project would then violate the conditions of the rezoning and the.
I get all that,
Right.
but who's paying for it? That's what I want to know. Who pays for it? That's where this question's going at the end.
I mean, ultimately, we would try and seek out the responsible party, so the applicant, to pay it. If we were unable to get them to up the performance bond at that point, I'm not sure what that looks like as a legal process or how we'd recover the costs, assuming the salvage value is worth nothing.
Right. I know we had a lot of assumptions there, but and assuming things is dangerous. I get that, but it could be easily anticipated that it would fall upon either the landowner, because it's actually on his land, and we really don't have anything to do with that. Correct? Or would it fall on the county?
At this point, we as a county have committed to making sure this gets decommissioned. I can't speak to the specifics of how we would actually work that out if at the end of the project it turned out there is no responsible party that is willing to re-up a bond or renegotiate a bond amount. So unfortunately, I mean, I would need to explore that further between this meeting and next.
That's fine. I know it was, that wasn't a planned question. I mean, you guys were talking about it and it just kind of came out, but go ahead. Or I guess I can't do that. That's the chair's job.
Nope. You're just as entitled as I am. Please.
It's a really good question. And one of the things I want to go through is the difference between a project like a solar project and a project like a pipeline or a cell phone tower. Our project has a 20-year contract, guaranteed income for 20 years. That 20-year contract is backed by SIPCO. So this is not a speculative investment. There's a lot of money behind it as far as the investment that goes into it. but there is a guaranteed energy contract on this project. And so when we talk about 25, 26, 27 years from now, sure, we can have a lot of different possibilities out there. But there are not many safer investments than a guaranteed 20-year contract from a utility. And I'm not going to say, what's the credit rating of SIPCO? Single A. That's investment grade. You bring in a new factory, you bring in a new development, there is no guarantee that that development or that factory or anything else is going to have a guaranteed 20-year energy contract. And so we stand behind our bond, we stand behind the engineering, and yes, I know 25 years is a long time from now, but there are very few investments in this world where you have a 20-year guaranteed contract.
I agree with that, and I know that we're talking about this project, but this project at the end is tied to Dwayne Arnold. Yes, hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
It is tied there because SIPCO was getting 25% of that power, and I believe they found out, and Dan, Zumbaugh, pay attention.
You gotta stay away.
I say that respectfully, sir. They found out, I believe, the same day that Senator Zumbaugh and I did, that the other company that was involved and the company that owned the power plant decided to close. Now that's tough on SIPCO, I get that, and I'm with you on that, and I understand that portion of it. But it goes exactly at what I'm saying. They had a contract with years left on it too, but it got abandoned. And I don't know how to fix it, I'll be the first to admit that, but it does concern me because I don't want, in 25 years I may be gone. My grandchild that was here just a few months old, he'll be 25. I don't want him to have to pay for it.
Yep, and I agree with you. When we look at a solar facility, so we need to make sure that we look at things that are apples to apples, comparisons. The majority of a solar facility's operating costs are veg management, property taxes, small maintenance ideas. A nuclear facility, a coal facility, a natural gas facility are extremely different in their operating costs. And so when you look at a facility that has been constructed, all of the fuel, we paid for our fuel up front. It's all in the investment. It's all in the capital costs. When a project is retired early, it's not because of the upfront capital costs. It's because they can't pay for the operating costs. And
okay, you're getting far gone though. I mean, I don't want to argue that because that's not what we're here for, and that's going to get in the weeds. And I don't want to speak for the senator, but I think we would both agree that what you're telling us is probably not how it happened. But we shouldn't go there. We don't have to go there tonight. I don't want to go there any further.
Sounds good.
All I wanted to do was point out that plant was closed early, and this could be closed early. And at some point, I want to make sure that the people of Linn County aren't held responsible. That's all I was really trying to get at.
And I want to make sure that when we can make that comparison, if we're going to make the comparison, then we need to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples on operating costs, on environmental, and all the other things that go into it. Otherwise, it's not a true comparison.
Well, it is a true comparison. Decommissioning costs that are not fronted up front, the true comparison is they can both be left to the county taxpayer if the company that's in business cannot afford to decommission it. It doesn't matter which company, which kind of energy they're using. That's irrelevant into decommissioning anything. The salvage value is all we're really talking about.
And that's why we went through the studies to do that. I mean, we have a plan in place. It's hard when you're looking at something in the future. You can do your homework. You can go through the engineering. You can go through the analysis, and you put your best foot forward.
I appreciate that. That's a great answer. So we'll agree that if everything goes great, this decommissioning plan will be fully funded by, at this time, Clenera.
That is the plan.
And if something drastic happens, it may not be.
And that's what the plan is in place for.
Okay.
This is some really great discussion. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anything else?
Not for right now, I don't believe.
Not yet.
All right.
Not yet.
I won't sit down too quickly.
Fair enough.
On the agenda, it now moves to any staff comments. Charlie, do you have anything for us, for the applicant, before we go into the public hearing?
I do, and I'll make them very brief because I know we still need to get to public hearing, and I'm sure there are many people who want to speak. I'm going to circle back all the way to the beginning to Mr. Robinson's comment about drainage rights, specifically referring to subsurface tile drainage and how our agricultural mitigation plan does not seem to take into account Iowa Code Chapter 480 establishing some rights for drainage. And I just want to make a note that our code, our agricultural mitigation plan, cannot supersede Iowa code. So I would be happy to make that more clear, whether it's a condition or an amendment to the plan that clearly states, this plan cannot supersede or overwrite Chapter 480 in Iowa code regarding subsurface drainage. Then I briefly want to touch on these two new conditions that were added last time. The first on setbacks. All of the public comment I received that was a new public comment was related to the setbacks. There was a pretty even support or pretty even split in support of the increased setback and not in support of the increased setback. But most people asked, what is a standard solar setback? So I wanted to give a little bit of background on why we went with the 300 foot in the first place. We looked at solar facilities in our geographic area. And when I say geographic area, Iowa, Illinois, Midwest states, 300 feet was a little bit on the higher range. We wanted to be more conservative, so that's how we ended up with 300 foot. After the change, we did as a staff, it was kind of an all hands on deck thing, a pretty quick scan out of our geographic area to see what is common around the country. 300 foot is still, pretty average, if not a little bit higher. The next kind of higher tier is 500 feet. So that's what staff saw for, and this is from occupied structures, it's not from property lines, which both of these setbacks that have been proposed, the 300 foot was from a structure and then the 1250 was from a structure as well. On the panel height, we have had a lot of discussion on that tonight, and I just want to point out it's not about the height of the panel itself, it is what is under the panel. The seed mix used on the site is the key, in staff's opinion, to balancing resource protection and renewable energy production. In my presentation on Monday, I recommended that staff believes the standard is not detrimental to agricultural uses has been met. And we are hanging our recommendation on the assumption of a robust seed mix that builds soil health over time. And we have been told by our NRCS professionals that a panel height of 28 inches is the best way to guarantee that soil health is built, and I am inclined to rely on our local expertise on that. One last thing before we get into public comment. I wanted to put the standards of approval up here just to get them in front of you. We've heard a lot of discussion on what this project is, what it could be. I just want to point out some things that are not standards for approval. When I say standards for approval, things that we judge the application on when we make our decision. The energy production capacity or lack of capacity is not a standard for approval. The character of a specific company is not a standard for approval. Tax revenue, whether it's an increase in tax revenue or a decrease in tax revenue, is also not a standard. Property value increases or decreases are not standards. The cost of electricity to ratepayers of SIPCO or Alliant is not a standard. The cost of the project itself is not a standard. And then whether or not Dwayne Arnold should have shut down or should have done things differently is not a standard. So I just want to bring these standards for approval front and center as we get into public comment to make sure they're in front of everyone. And those are the end of my comments. If there's any questions for me before we get into public comment, I'd be happy to try and answer what I can. If not.
No, but I do want to apologize for putting you on the spot, Charlie. It wasn't meant to do that. It just
No worries, Louie. I'm here to try and answer the questions as best I can, and there are a lot of questions for this.
I appreciate that.
So you may have seen my colleague and I have a little sidebar. In looking at the agenda that's posted, it does post a public comment at a call to order public comment, and then it goes second consideration. There isn't a separate public hearing. So if we do want to allow for public comment, we can continue to do so. So I'm going to ask my board members what their purview would be. We do have, and let's just.
So we don't have a second?
No, we do have second consideration. I'll read the agenda item. Second consideration of an ordinance rezoning the following parcels located on portions of Robinson Road, Coggon Road, Sutton Road, Castle Lane, Perring Ridge Road, Lindell Road, and Quality Ridge Road from agricultural to agricultural with renewable energy overlay, then with the corresponding parcel numbers. So we do have 50 plus public comments, which is.
I realize that will take a lot of time, but I think we kind of, at the beginning, led people to believe that.
Yep, I'm not trying to stymie any of it. I just want to put in perspective, there are 50 speakers. I'm not suggesting that, and many of these are repeat from Monday. I would just want to put it out there that we could do 4 plus hours of public comment before we even get to I mean, we could be here before, till midnight before we even start deliberating. So that's really up to the crowd here and to this board.
I just might add, I mean, I know everybody on this board is committed to transparency and letting everybody have their say, but I would just encourage folks, if their comments are repeat comments from somebody who spoke before, if you come up, maybe just note that, because we are giving everybody equal time to speak, and I feel like if perhaps if you have a comment that we haven't heard before, maybe you should feel compelled to share. But to Supervisor Rogers' point, I feel like we have a pretty good grasp, particularly for the repeat comments, but it's totally up to you all. We won't be able to get to deliberations until these comments are done. So I just hope folks keep that in mind.
Is that okay with everybody? Does anyone have an objection? One objection? Mr. Bickle? It doesn't have to be 5 minutes. We could make it 3, make it 2. Okay. No, I appreciate it, Mr. Bickle. That's an appropriate compromise. So, Ambassador Swati Dandekar, you're first. And I'm going to read every name that's on here, regardless of a check mark, just to make sure that everyone has the opportunity. And we'll go down the list. Let me get my clock ready and.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Chairman Ben Rogers, Vice Chairman Louis Zamba, Supervisor Stacy Walker, county staff, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Swati Dandekar, speaking for Bright Future, Iowa. My address is 2731 28th Avenue, Marion, Iowa. Last Monday night, I spoke of 4,000 Linn County residents who have signed a petition supporting solar energy in Linn County. Tonight, I want to talk about why Iowans are embracing solar. Solar farms do more than generate electricity. Solar power can energize our economy, enhance county services while ensuring that we stay true to our agricultural heritage. Iowans are believers in free market, and solar energy is what the market is demanding. If we want Linn County to remain an attractive location for new employers, we must offer solar energy. The Coggon Solar Farm will create up to 300 construction jobs and is committed to hiring local union labor. Solar jobs that will help 300 families pay their bills and put food on their table. These are good-paying 21st century jobs. Solar jobs should be celebrated for the opportunity, work, and chance to get ahead. Solar will bring economic opportunities to Linn County. We also believe solar farms are a good fit for Iowa's agricultural heritage. Since the 1830s, Iowa farmers have decided the best way to make a living and support their families with the land they own. If a farmer doesn't want to lease land for solar energy, he or she shouldn't be forced to. If a farmer decides that leasing his or her land for solar will help support his or her family, we shouldn't stop them. The ability for a farmer to make that decision for himself or herself is at the heart of property rights issues, and we should not take that away from the farmers. Voluntary and temporarily leasing land for solar is a way for Iowa farmers to diversify their income. Lease payments provide a drought-proof, reliable source of income for decades. Again, this is farmer's choice. It is his property or her property, and the decision is not yours or mine. Also, approval of Coggon solar project is consistent with and an important part of Linn County's achieving its comprehensive plan. The project supports clean energy jobs and careers and offers expanding businesses access to the renewable energy they are seeking. These are some of the reasons 4,000 Linn County residents signed a petition in support of solar energy in Linn County, and that is why we are calling on you to approve the Coggon solar project. Thank you for your positive consideration.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you. Nancy Petrilla or Petrilla?
I promise I'm not going to ask all those questions I gave you. I do have some others, though. My name is Nancy Petrilla, 3796 Alice Road, Toddville. First question, and I don't expect answers from you guys. These are questions just to talk about. How many residents are in Linn County? I know that 4,000 signatures, 4,002. I don't know how many residents are here, so I don't know what percentage that is. I think the new setback distance is a great idea. I think it's a good first step. I'm curious about how binding that letter of intent to use local labor is, because, you know, I can say a lot of things and I'm not accusing them of not going through. I'm just saying it's easy to say things and something else may work out, especially since they've commented that they would use local labor and they're going to add to local business revenue. But if it's local labor, there shouldn't be any hotels, and I wouldn't think that restaurants and gas stations would change from their day-to-day stuff now. And they said tonight that they were going to bring labor and jobs to the county, but I thought they were using local labor and jobs, so I'm not sure where that statement comes in. I'm curious about how this project will increase property tax revenue. Will it decrease our property taxes? And I know that Clenera is owned 90% by a Tel Aviv company, so the founders only own 10%. So that tells me, I mean, I'm not big in the business world, but that tells me that Clenera can't really guarantee how this is going to go if the parent company decides to make a change. And that's up for the attorneys, I guess. And I do realize also that the staff from Clenera has a job to do. They've done a really good job presenting things, but in the end, they will go home to their homes that are probably not located next to a solar farm. The rest of us are going to have to live with this for the rest of our lives. Another question I have is I believe wind turbines quit working at minus 25 degrees. Is there a temperature that the solar panels quit producing the power? Okay, the last two things. What happens to the landowners that are renting their land if this project would go belly up for some reason? Do they lose their guaranteed income for the remaining years of their contract, or is Clenera held to that contract and they have to pay the owners? And it seems like Charlie just brought up a lot of standards for rezoning, and the things that Clenera is stating as a positive are not really part of the standards that is for the rezoning. So, in the end, solar farms would not only affect the businesses associated with farming, but also real people. Please take a serious look at the people who will be negatively affected personally by your decisions regarding these projects in Linn County. It should not all be about money, because lives matter as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Joel Payton?
Hello.
Hi there.
Can you hear me? Is that better?
Perfect.
Okay. All right, Joel Payton, 3002 Troy Mills Boulevard, Winthrop, Iowa. Not going to take the 5 minutes, but I am a participating landowner in the Coggon Solar Project. Wanted to give you my reasons, my why. Foremost is diversifying my farming portfolio. Been farming 14 years, and I think any farmer here understands the challenges we face every year in farming. I heard, corn goes from $5 to $3. Fertilizer prices are extremely high right now, so having some diversification in my farming portfolio really will help us grow our farming operation. The other reason is tax revenue for a local school district. My wife and I have huge interest making sure this district stays around for a long time, and we have kids that attend that district right now, so it's very important to get that revenue to the local school district. Third reason is the power is being sold to SIPCO. SIPCO buys the power from them. It goes to your local RECs. Maquoketa Valley is in our neighborhood REC and Linn County REC. That was another reason. I know there's a lot of talk about what happens as a landowner. My decision here was these 3 reasons, but there's a 20-year power purchase agreement, which is a guaranteed revenue for Clonera, and I don't have worries about this going bankrupt. This is going to help our farming operation and diversify it. And then I'd just like to say that property rights is important to both my wife and I. I do believe in compromise. I'm not narrow-minded, but property rights is huge. We work hard for, everybody works hard for what they own. I feel like they should be able to do what they want with it. So, thank you.
Thanks, Joel. Appreciate your comments. Steve Myers, you're good? Okay. Laura Myers?
Thank you, Supervisors. I'm not quite that tall. You have a copy of what I'm about to say, and I will shorten it. I understand that property values are not a consideration for rezoning, but if this had been handled a little bit differently, I think you might have gotten a whole lot more support, because I don't know anybody in this room that is anti-solar. They're asking the non-participating and joining landowners, and there will be more of us, are asking for equity. And 1,250 feet would help with that. And while Clonera will tell you it will take more land, the truth of the matter is it will cause them to reconfigure it, but it should be approximately the same amount of land. The pictures you have, which is the last, the 1,250 will also allow, and we've been hit twice in 2 years with derechos, and on December 15th, 61 tornadoes hit Iowa. If you look at those pictures, that's a picture of my home and my pond after the derecho, and what's in it is my neighbor's home. 1,250 feet would give non-participating landowners an opportunity to not have all that on their land, because currently these are not being built to generating facility standards, which is risk category 3. Current code is risk category 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Quinn Slavin?
Good evening. My name's Quinn Slavin. My address is
1175 Southeast Olson Drive in Waukee, Iowa. I have the pleasure of serving as the field director for the Iowa Land and Liberty Coalition. And my primary focus as director is to support landowner rights through projects like this and all across the state. The comprehensive plan, which was well put together considering the concerns and wishes of Linn County residents, is great. It takes into account valuable farmland. It also takes into account wish and a pursuit of renewable energy. This project and projects like it allow residents in Linn County to do their part and participate in the comprehensive plan. As we've heard, it allows residents to help spur investment in the community, create jobs, and contribute renewable energy to the local grid, promoting the regional energy independence. Now, what's great about this is if you do not want to participate, you're in luck. You don't have to. 100% of these solar panels will be put on voluntary land. There have been a lot of comments about why don't we choose a different location for this? Why don't we put it somewhere else? And the reason is because of that 100% voluntary participation. It's put in this location because that is where it's wanted by Linn County residents and by the owners of the property that it's involving. To say that they don't have that right to choose what to do with their property is to imply that neighbors know better than the property owners of how to manage their land and what to do with it. These setbacks, all the way to 1250 and instead of the 300, which is a full football field, those serve to undermine landowner rights and individual rights. See, I walked outside the other day and I did not like the color that my neighbor chose for his house. That does not give me the right to tell them what paint to buy or what to do with it and how to paint it. Please serve your community well by protecting individual liberties and removing these burdensome setbacks. Thank you all.
Thank you. Terry Sullivan.
Terry Sullivan, 870 Hampshire Drive, and CEO of Linn County REC. Just a quick background on Linn County REC. We currently have approximately 30,000 members, of which 14,000 are approximately in Linn County, which is approximately over 30,000 people. We serve parts of rural Linn County, just south of here, and as well as parts of Hiawatha, Cedar Rapids, Marion, Fairfax, Center Point, etc. Just some quick facts. Again, DAC was closed due to derecho in August of 2020. Just some clarification, SIPCO was 20% owner of that property. However, the operating agreement or control was held by NextEra. So when they decided to close the plant, SIPCO had no control to say that plant remained open. Somebody's earlier comment had made that SIPCO did not control that. I want to be very clear about that. DAC provided approximately 1 million megawatt hours of energy to SIPCO, our power supplier. SIPCO currently has 3 options to replace that energy. Wind, which they've done, up in parts of Delaware County and across the state, solar and natural gas. Those are your 3 options, period. The more power that they can't procure or lock in is more risk for us, our owners, which Linn County is an owner and member of SIPCO, so that puts us at more risk for market exposure. Approximately 65% of our costs come from SIPCO. It's our total power cost to the end retail member. So if those costs are more variable or fluctuate, we're at risk. And what do? We pass those additional costs along to our members. So again, we would like more security, longer term. Again, cost rise of other things. We deal with labor cost increases just like everybody else, materials, steel, everything else. Now we're adding this burden of higher natural gas like we've seen today or higher gas prices. Again, the volatility impacts our members. Our members expect hopefully reliable, hopefully reasonably priced power. We expect the same from SIPCO. So again, I would ask the supervisors for your support on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Yedlick. Okay, thank you, sir. Les Beck.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Les Beck, and my address is 3406
Sycamore Court Northeast in Cedar Rapids. And I first want to just echo some of the comments that have been made regarding this very open and transparent process that the staff and the boards put together. It's long and it's hard, but it's very thoughtful and very deliberative. So thank you for that. I'd also like to touch on Supervisor Walker's thoughts at the end of Monday's meeting that the impact of any new conditions added by the board should be clearly understood prior to making them a part of any approval. Now, there are a number of staff conditions that are attached to this project, and these are made with consideration of mitigating possible impacts of the project, but also with an understanding of what those ramifications of those conditions are on the project. The board still has the opportunity to add or even remove previously approved conditions over the course of your next two considerations. But as someone who has sat in Charlie's chair in my previous life, what I really want to talk to are the policy aspects of this project. Obviously, there are very difficult policy considerations at play here. This issue seemingly pits two priority policies, actually the top two priorities in the county's comprehensive plan, resource protection and alternative and renewable energy, against each other. However, I do not believe that the development of utility-scale energy facilities is an either-or proposition, and that the county's commitment to alternative and renewable energy goals comes at the expense of its commitment to resource protection goals. The terminology for solar energy facilities has, interestingly, adopted some of the language of agriculture. There are solar farms and solar gardens, just as there are commodity crop farms and community gardens, depending on scale. Landowners voluntarily participating in this project are partnering in the harvesting and distribution of the solar resource, while the developer provides the equipment and the inputs to make it happen. This is a production model that's long been used in agriculture. And while there's some debate on the efficacy of the plan, long-term benefits to soil health, as I understand, will also be provided through the vegetation management plan and or the agricultural mitigation plan, achieving a healthier soil profile in the long run when the land may be returned to agricultural production. And finally, let's consider the argument being made that this type of facility should be placed on low CSR land instead of on high CSR soils. Low CSR soils are typically found in our stream valleys, riparian areas, and woodlands. These environmentally sensitive natural areas are also included as priority resource along with high-value agricultural land in the resource protection element of the comprehensive plan. Additionally, the topography of these environmentally sensitive areas typically makes them less suitable for the capture of the solar energy resource. Now, I don't believe that this or any future application for a utility-scale solar farm comes at the expense of one policy over another. I believe the two policies are reconcilable, and I support this from a policy standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. Greg Gerdes.
Thank you. My name is Greg Gerdes. I represent the Robinson family. I'm a lawyer from Iowa City, and I'm not going to repeat what I talked about last time, only to say that I request that you read page 34 of your comprehensive plan. I've been involved in this process for several months now, and I think something became very obvious today. That is that from the very beginning, the justification placed by the developer by Coggon Solar for this project was this idea that they would not damage this high-quality farmland that's going to be used for the project. But tonight, we saw something rather remarkable. We saw the developer take issue with very reasonable recommendations about what soil improvement requires. We heard our resident expert, who I'm certain knows more about Linn County topsoil than I certainly do, and that people from Utah might know, or Idaho, or California. Let's not let Clenera set the rules here. We've had conversations, we've had speakers come up and say this 1,250-foot setback is a step in the right direction, and I agree 100%. I commend you for recognizing that there is more at stake here than just Clenera's self-interest. Specifically, if this project needs to be cited otherwise, I am sure that it's going to require some reconfiguration and some increase in cost. The question is it more equitable to apportion that cost over the tens of thousands of ratepayers who are going to be using the produced electricity, or is it more reasonable for the aesthetic, the cosmetic, the other costs of this project as it currently exists to be placed on the 12 adjacent residences? I submit to you that this whole idea of land rights that is coming up again and again is not really about land rights. It's about getting things done as cheaply as possible. We are long past the idea where what I want to do as a landowner trumps and negates everything else. We live in an environment which requires compromise. I'm hearing nothing from Clenera about any idea or willingness to compromise. They're viewing this as a one-sided deal. I suggest that you call their bluff. I suggest that you say, hey, there are other interests to be considered. We're not going to roll over and lie down and let you dictate to us what we're going to do in our county. Finally, drainage. I'll be brief on this. My clients, the Robinsons, own a drainage easement underneath this solar farm project. It begins at the south side of the subdivision station and goes on downhill to the end of the project. That drainage line needs to be respected. My clients need access to it because it's certainly going to be broken by this project. We're going to have to remove solar panels from that easement area or otherwise protect that easement. I have 14 seconds left. I am going to quit. Thank you for your, once again, listening to our concerns and the concerns of everyone.
Thanks, Greg. It's Matt Ressor or Wrestle in the ballpark? Can I call you Matt? All right, Matt from Lisbon.
I'll be quick.
I want to pick the mic up. Thank you.
My name is Matt Reeser. My address is 423 Truman Street, Lisbon. As my address would suggest, I am a Linn County resident. I'm also a union electrician who has been working here for the last 20 years. As someone who has married into a proud farming family who has resided and farmed the same land for over 150 years, I understand the opposition to change, even if these solar panels are not on your property. I've had spirited discussions with my father-in-law over the years about projects and policies that affect the farming community. On this one, we both agree that a landowner should have the right to do with their land as they see fit. I also believe in renewable energy that is built, maintained, and produced locally. Becoming more energy independent while supporting the local economy is a win-win. The energy that is produced from the solar farm will help alleviate some of the burden on our already taxed electrical grid, while simultaneously paying the landowners for use of their land to help their families' economic stability. It will also support families of construction workers like mine during the building of this project. All of us in the construction field know that our jobs are temporary until the project is complete, and then hopefully we move on to the next one. I will also say it's nice to work on a project that you believe in. For all these reasons and more, I support this project going forward.
Thanks, Matt. Steve Mason.
Steve Mason, 6547 Benton End Road, Palo. 30 years is a long time. Nothing stays the same forever. Cedar Rapids examples: Hollis Chalmers, Rockwell Collins, Century Engineering, Armstrong's, Dwayne Auto Energy Center, Goss Graphics, Harness Figure, Iowa Manufacturing, Iowa Steel, Morris Plant, McLeod USA, Lefebvre, Westdale Mall, Milwaukee Railroad, Lake Belt Speeder, Cryovac, Farmstead Foods, and even the Cedar Rapids Gazette. An 8.8 million panel solar project in the Mojave Desert had an EF0 tornado destroy about 115,000 panels. How much glass is in the soil? If it happened here, would sheep be allowed to graze there? Coggon has had 3 tornadoes over the last 20 years. The entire project would be serviced by volunteer fire departments with a severe labor shortage. There are 4 types of fires that would affect a solar project: solar power itself, birds or animals, including nests, lightning, direct or indirect, surrounding fields and ditches to the solar plant. When a fire occurs, depending on its starting point, the smoke and toxins will most likely travel southeast because of the northwest prevailing wind. Remember Toxic Tuesday on July 16, 1985, the old Cedar Rapids waste treatment plant fire. It led to the shutdown and evacuation of downtown Cedar Rapids because of the changing weather conditions. Just look at Boulder County, Colorado, with a wind-driven fire that destroyed or damaged 1,118 buildings involving 6,000 acres in one day. The United States Fire Service has not done a good job reporting and determining the causes of solar system fires. However, Britain and Japan have done a better job. They found a significant number of failures were attributed to components starting at 7 years of age. It is true that emergency planning takes place after permission is given to build. A Linn County 2080 agreement does not prevent or extinguish a fire. A 1,250 feet setback is better than a 300-foot setback, but with no guarantees. I visited with a fire official that has a Kerner solar installation in operation. There have been no fire drills or communications. The plan now is to let it burn and try to protect exposures. These 750 acres is a drop in the bucket. Enlight Renewable Energy, an Israeli company, owns 90% of Kerner. It controls 17 gigawatts DC of solar and wind and 7.5 gigawatt hours of energy storage in 12 countries. Economics 101. A corporation's number one loyalty is to the stockholders. When the expenses surpass profits, it's closed, sold, or files bankruptcy. It's only a drop in the bucket. Is it possible the solar company could file bankruptcy and leave the landowner with the cleanup costs? Most likely, the landowner cannot afford the cost. In 3 years, providing the landowner does not pay taxes, the land becomes a delinquent tax sale. Question: could the county become the landowner and be responsible for cleanup, like what happened at Iowa Steel and Farmstead Foods? Where and how much does it cost to recycle 325,000 solar panels and inverters today? $1 million for decommissioning costs. Now figure we are having the highest inflation rate in 40 years. The Federal Reserve has already announced raising interest rates 9 times in the next 3 years. Please consider all aspects of the project from cradle to grave. Examples: loss of prime farm ground, tree removal, tiling, runoff flooding, operation maintenance plans, soil contamination, drinking water, aesthetics, property values, and economic development, even in Delaware County, wildlife, public safety, and the real cost of decommissioning. It is a great idea of having someone accountable for the construction and operation of any industrial solar project. Someone that people, like the Robinson family, can take their problems to and get results and not spend their own money. I have a simple business philosophy. If you lie to me once, it tells me 2 things. You've lied before and you lie again. Don't be blinded by the short-term gain versus the long-term consequences. 30 years is a long time. Nothing stays the same forever. Look at Newton, Iowa, and the closure of a wind turbine blade factory, laying off 710 workers. Your decision will affect thousands of residents and businesses forever. 45 years of hazmat.
Steve, your time has expired.
And 43 years of union member. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Logan Ewing. Did I get that name correct? Is there a Logan? Okay. Jerome Reyes.
That'll work. You can hold it.
Lucky for you, I'm not a public speaker, so this won't take 5 minutes. I'm just going to touch on this a little bit. I happen to live, well, I live a mile from this thing, but I have property that is right across the barbed wire fence, okay? And I brought this up a couple of times, and they always tell me they're going to deal with it, but that's as far as it goes. I want to know what happens when we have another derecho or a tornado and this stuff gets dumped onto my farm, and my farm becomes covered with glass and worthless. Today it's got a value of, a little over $1 million, but if I can't farm it, it has a value of 0. And I want to know who's going to be people in charge to reimburse me for my loss. I'm thinking I know the answer, but I'd like someone to tell me. And one other thing I wanted to touch on, we're spending a lot of time talking about solar panel height and setbacks and all this stuff. Louis, you and I went on a fence building trip a few years ago, a short day's drive south of here, okay?
It was in Kansas, for those that are wondering, after the fires.
Yes.
It was a mission trip.
Yes, and down there, they figured 75 acres for a cow-calf pair. In the property that you guys are talking, we'd be talking about 1 acre per cow-calf pair. Not that I have any stock cows or give a damn, but this is prime property. And I just think somewhere between here and Kansas, there's a lot of ground that's a lot more usable for the project you're working on.
Thank you, sir. Bill Gerhardt.
Hello. My name's Bill Gerhard. I live at 5134 Rabbit Creek Road, rural Johnson County. I'm a member of Linn County REC. I'm a member of Labor's Local 43. I'm the president of the Iowa State Building Construction Trades Council. I'm also was on the team that met with SIPCO and Clonera, and the past couple of weeks met with their EPC contractors, RES, and worked out a letter of intent for them so that they will use local people, pay union scale, and we can get to work on this. While I'm here, I want to just dispel a misconception that I hear very often about construction jobs are temporary jobs. Well, for the people that do this work, it's part of their career. It's one more job toward their career. And how the organized construction industry differs from the unorganized is we have multi-employer fringe benefit funds. So no matter which contractor our people work for, the benefits go to the same health and welfare plan, the same pension plan. So they have consistency in fringe benefits, consistency in pensions, so that when they retire, they don't have 24 different 401ks they have to worry about. So anyway, we're in full support of this project. It's going to put people to work, making a living wage. It's going to put local people to work, and thank you.
Thank you. Kirk Highland.
Thank you, Supervisors. Kirk Highland, 3743 Highland View Northeast, North Liberty, Iowa. I'm on Linn County REC's lines. I'm board member with SIPCO. Real quick, real simple. We need the power, and that's it. That's the bottom line. We don't have any coal plants available. We don't have any gas plants available at a reasonable price to buy power from. We need it today, and we need it 20 years from now. And this is the first of several good alternatives, and it won't be the last. It probably may be the last in Linn County, but other counties in the system will be seeing this same thing because there's a shortage of power. Everybody in this room is going to be affected by it or is affected by it now in their price. So I hope you folks do the right thing and put this project through. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Jessica Peterson.
Hello, my name is Jessica Peterson. I live at 3224 68th Street in Shellsburg. I had a pretty long speech, but I don't really want to be here until midnight, just like everybody else. So I just wanted to bring up a few things. So my family, we have a business outside of Atkins, so we grow sunflowers and pumpkins and an agritourism business. I've talked to Greg Bickle quite a bit about his visions for what he wants to do at his koi fish farm. He dreams of building a wedding venue and providing a space for people to make memories with their families and friends. And we just kind of really share a lot of the same visions for our businesses. And he has the possibility of being surrounded on 3 sides with solar panels. So I do think that this setback would help him out quite a bit. And I do think that it gives non-participating landowners a seat at the table and an opportunity for property equity and just a seat at the table. I was going to talk about farming, but I think that's been talked about quite a bit. I don't understand how it makes sense to put solar panels on such highly productive agricultural land, being a farmer. And I just ask that you keep the families in mind that are affected by this. I've gotten to know them pretty well through all of this. We have solar that's proposed in our county as well, so I understand how stressful it's been for them. So I just ask that you keep the non-participating landowners in mind, and I support the 1,250 foot setback. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Pete Brecht, you want to share your story, or are you good? Oh, geez, okay. That was a joke, but okay.
It better be funny.
Yeah, it really better be.
Somebody must have checked that box for me because I didn't, but I welcome the opportunity to come back.
It's not checked. I'm just reading every single name on here in case people want
Read your story, Pete.
So,
We're
okay,
Pete, we need it.
Supervisor Walker, I'm really sorry that I spoke before you got here. I really wish you could have heard. Maybe it's recorded. You can hear it later. I would really appreciate you going back and taking a look at it. You know, as I sat here tonight, like I said to start with, I keep hearing about this is a good project, a bad project, good project, for the project, against the project. It's all about the project. We're not here to talk about the project so much as we're here about how are we going to grant this on prime farm ground. And again, cover up this farms, that means 332 people do not get to eat. 332 people in this world don't get to eat. Do we care about food security or do we not? I made some notes earlier. I hope I can find them here. I can't. But there's been a lot of talk about the jobs. You know, I mean, covering up the ground. I say most of the support has been for the solar project. Solar project is good. It's fine. We need it. We just heard about the people, the experts that tell us that we need it. That's good. But we don't need it on prime farm ground. We see solar panels everywhere. California's even talking about putting a solar farm out in the ocean. I don't know how in the world they're going to do that, but I've heard talk of that. You can put solar panels absolutely everywhere. There has been not one shred of evidence provided that said it has to go on prime farm ground. You know, if I'm going to build a rock quarry, I got to dig where the rocks are. But you can put a solar panel literally anywhere. And if it's jobs we care about, they build, it's the same jobs it takes to build it on an appropriate site as it does to build it on a non-appropriate site. If it's the tax revenue or the income, it generates the same revenue if it's on an appropriate site versus it's on a non-appropriate site. I'm not asking you to squelch the project. I'm asking you to put it on an appropriate site. Keep good farm ground here and attainable for what its purpose, intention was. And here's my story. About 25 years ago, there was an organization here called Bluestem, and it managed the 2 landfills here in this county. And they had this grandiose plan that they were going to create a new landfill, regional landfill, to bring all the garbage from the surrounding counties into Linn County. Don't know why, that was their plan. And they had to put it on high quality farm ground. They just had to. And they hired an engineering firm by the name of Foth and Van Dyke. And they brought in 2 engineers that were going to help them through this process. And we sat in meetings like this night after night, and they had stuff on the screen, and they had all these topics. You can't build by a river, you can't build on low CSR, you can't build on slopes, blah, 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 blah. Whole list of them. And we listened to that, and so that by that list, the only thing left in Linn County was the prime farm ground. That was it. Couldn't build any place other than prime farm ground. And we got to the final meeting. And we heard it so many times, we just started to believe it. I mean, that's just it. You got to believe it, you know? It just must be true. We got to the final meeting much like this, where they're making their case one last time, and the supervisors are about to grant them the opportunity to build on prime farm ground. And you can see how the discussion was going. You knew the way the vote was going to go. And thank God there was a man in the crowd. He stood up and said, you know, I actually did some research, and the last landfill project in the state of Iowa at that time had been Scott County. And in Scott County, they built 1 mile from the Mississippi River, which was way too close. And they built on low CSR ground. They built on the most karst terrain that you could ever imagine. They built on high slopes. All the things that were on that screen that said you couldn't be done, they addressed every single one of those things in a single project. And the kicker was, the same 2 engineers that sat here meeting after meeting after meeting telling us it couldn't be done were the same engineers that built the landfill in Scott County. Things can be done. We can find a more appropriate site. That night, the supervisors did what supervisors do. They said, hey, we're not going to allow you on prime farm ground. You have to come back with a better plan. And yes, it took a couple of years, but they came back with a plan. And it wasn't a plan that the one side was real happy with or the other side, but it was a compromise plan that's still in existence today, 20-some years later. And I know it's running out of space, and it's going to at some time. We knew that to start with. But it's in effect today. It might take a little extra work on everybody's part, but we can come up with a better location than prime farm ground. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pete. Mr. Frank, you're listed here if you wish to make additional comments.
Oh, boy, I sure do, but I'll be very brief. At the beginning of the meeting, Supervisor Rogers said that if we needed extra time, we would take extra time. You're hearing the same questions come up over and over. Supervisor Zumbaugh says, what happens in 30 years if the company's out of business and the $1 million is not enough? That hasn't been figured out yet. We should figure that out. We should take the time to figure out each of these issues. If I really trust John's judgment on the seed mix thing, but if there's a way that we can compromise and have a lower panel height and still get really good soil development, I'm all for that. I'd rather have a solar project with a beautiful border of full-scale prairie, but some lesser amount of prairie in between the rows than no project at all. And I think that working together, they could figure out a way to make that work. I really trust John to make it work. Same way with the setbacks. We should get a staff report on what is common for setbacks. The reason we would do setbacks is so it doesn't look so dang ugly. The vegetation management that was discussed tonight should be evaluated. Will that keep it from looking so dang ugly? If it will, that we don't need such enormous setbacks. There's nobody setting setbacks that large for solar. That's my comment. If we need to take more time, let's take more time. Let's not say the next session is the final session. Let's take the time to do it right.
Thank you, sir. Cameron Marsh. Is there Cameron Marsh? Okay. Deb Yates.
Hi. Deb Yates. I live at 2362 Young Road, Palo. I do agree. We do need to take all the time we need for this. Some of my concerns are, as rural residents, the people whose lives these projects impact have not had a seat at the table on industrial solar. We have no organization like towns or labor unions to advocate our position on these issues. We are counting on you, our elected officials. We have had to educate ourselves on all things industrial solar and work to understand the process that a renewable energy overlay zoning district requires. A comment from the IUB Coggon Solar Informational Meeting in July stuck with me. From page 20 of the transcript, line 13, when asked, why develop here? Clonera's answer was, there's also reasons that the county is favorable to renewables. The county has a great process for permitting processes, straightforward. It favors renewables, all of renewables. What does that say to you? Did someone leave the gate open? Solar developers were allowed to contract with landowners before informational meetings were held. It appears the IUB now recognizes this as a problem. The CO2 pipeline must now hold informational meetings prior to contracts. The additional conditions proposed to address some of the concerns we have. The proposed 1,250-foot setback seems equitable. This is the same distance livestock feeding operations must abide by. Both are nuisances, solar every day, livestock some days. It also creates reassurances that a non-participating landowner does not need to negotiate on their own behalf or enter into a contract with a developer they do not wish to do business with. Your Planning and Zoning Committee of county residents voted to deny approval. They asked many of the same questions we had. They do not only consider if the application checks all the boxes. A task force was formed this summer, only recently sharing their findings. The project must be fair for both residents and developers with clear standards established. Residents should not have to go through the days and nights of worry and stress this project has caused for so many. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Deb. Carolyn Peterson.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Peterson. I live in Cedar Rapids. My contact information is included in the documents I just handed to you. I am neither for nor against utility solar. My purpose tonight is to advise you on the accuracy of the cost estimates for this project, how that affects Linn County, and how Linn County may be liable for this project in the future. Before moving to Cedar Rapids, I was employed for many years as an environmental consultant in the field of cost estimation and litigation support. I have examined thousands of environmental documents and related communications for companies caught up in environmental litigation. More than 1/3 of the companies I reviewed were electric utilities. I have also estimated costs for the US EPA. I have reviewed each application document submitted by Kerner at least once. The proposed plans, cost estimates, and careful wording are very similar to those I reviewed in the context of litigation. To me, this is deja vu. I cannot possibly explain every problem I have identified for this project in 5 minutes. I just handed to you my written evaluation of the application, addressing only some of the problems I have identified. I am also including my initial comments submitted to Charlie Nichols all the way back in August. As a summary, I identified many of the same issues as Stanley Consultants, who were hired by Linn County to review the project documents. However, Stanley Consultants did not evaluate possible issues that could lead to future litigation. This evening, I will address 2 problematic issues. Number 1, decommissioning cost estimates, and 2, potential liability to Linn County. Of the many issues with a decommissioning cost estimate, I will discuss the cost to remove solar panels. The panels to be used are approximately 7 feet long, 4 feet wide, and weigh 78 pounds. This is how much is This is how much is estimated to disconnect one panel and secure it for proper transportation off-site. $1.25. I wonder how many union workers here tonight would work for $1.25 a panel. That is unrealistic. You can see it for yourself in the attached Table 1 from the decommissioning cost estimate. Stanley Consultants also agrees that the decommissioning costs are much too low. The second problem with the decommissioning cost estimate is the assumption that used panels will be sold to offset the cost to remove the equipment from the site. To give some perspective, the cost estimate assumes that panels can be sold for about $10 each at the end of the project in 25 years. Now note, it won't even make it to the original 35 years with the unrealistic $1.25 per panel. This is like assuming 325,000 personal computers from 1996, that's a Pentium, maybe even with a floppy drive, could be sold today for profit. I contacted both of the recycling facilities listed as options in the decommissioning plan, We Recycle Solar in Arizona and Life Cycle Innovations in Wisconsin. Both facility representatives agreed that yes, indeed, there is a market for used solar panels, but only for slightly used solar panels. Using information from Stanley Consultants and the information I gained from contacting the specified recycling facilities, I calculated that the decommissioning costs may equal the salvage value in 7 years from start of operation. Furthermore, after about 15 years, the chance the panels can be sold for reuse is significantly reduced such that the facility owner has more chance of being required to pay for their recycling, which would cost at least $13 million, in addition to the cost to remove the other equipment. These costs do not allow any funds for possible environmental contamination or storm damage. Based on my expertise in cost estimating to protect Linn County, I suggest a very carefully worded legal document with the project owner and a bond of $30 million. Have you noticed the carefully worded statements in the various documents and correspondence that indicate that when the project owner perceives that the decommissioning costs are higher than the salvage value, they may abandon the site to Linn County for decommissioning? Are you prepared to accept the full responsibility of decommissioning this project if the project owner abdicates responsibility? Proceeding with this project is a very large liability to Linn County residents and taxpayers. I do not recommend allowing this project to proceed as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Mitch Zumba. Yeah, how many of you are there? Good Lord.
Oh, there's a few.
There's a few?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dan's my dad.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. That's a complete joke. I said it at the Capitol once, and they believed it, and I've made hay off of it ever since.
He's an East Sider. I'm a West Sider.
Yeah, I live on the east side of 13, and they live on the west.
Perfect. All right, Mitch.
Hey, good evening. Thank you. Mitch Zumba, reside at 3292 110th Avenue, Coggon. I've farmed there all my life, except for a 4-year stint that I spent in Ames, which I thoroughly enjoyed. But you could say I've been farming. My farming career started when I was about 9 with a beef production operation. But my mom will tell you that I started playing with tractors before I was even born. So agriculture is my life. I have stayed kind of on the bench through this whole thing. I have friends, colleagues, customers that all have an interest in all sides of this. Some are landowners, some live next to it, and I just wanted to glean the information, listen to the information, and kind of make my own thoughts. And finally I decided, you know what, I should get up and say something. I had the opportunity to participate in the project myself. I own land, and I got the letter from Clenera. I have family that owns land that also got the letter from Clenera, and I also rent land that that the landowners could have participated. So I've been on many acres of the area that is involved in this. I personally own a seed chemical application business while I farm also. And so I've been on a lot of the acres of this. I've done seed consulting, I've done application, I've done custom farming on it, and so I understand. The most important part to me of this project is the rights of the landowner and the rights of the neighbor. While I believe prime Iowa farmland should be used to feed and fuel the world, this land's on both sides of the issue. The acreage that we are here to discuss has been a large solar farm all my life, harnessing the sun's energy and storing it in nature's battery in the form of a kernel of corn, a soybean, a leaf of alfalfa, or prairie grass. From there it was turned into ethanol, Captain Crunch, T-bone steak, tofu, milk, cheese, eggs, soy milk, bacon, biodiesel, chicken breast, the list goes on and on. There are also landowners that want to venture into a new form of energy and harness the sun's energy to be stored in a new battery that's unconventional to us in agriculture. While we discuss the rights of the landowner, we can break that down into several ways. If I want to build a chicken barn, a swine facility, a beef yard, I believe I had the right to do that on my farm, following the laws that the state of Iowa has set forth and that the DNR has deemed valuable. While many say a swine facility is offensive, others will say it is a masterpiece of modern food production, keeping hogs warm and comfortable while containing the excrement that in the former production practices had the opportunity to leave the premises and enter drainage ditches, streams, and pollute our water. While in the modern production, we store that excrement and use it for fertilizer. Some may find that they find a solar farm offensive to look at right out their window, while others view it as a solution to the excrement that was going into the air and the current current electrical production facilities while powering the state of Iowa. These are all valid thoughts and beliefs and arguments all at the same time. The setbacks that were proposed, I believe, are a way to keep all parties whole in this process. The footprint of this project may change. Acres may be reduced in one area while expanded in another, while keeping the quality of life and property values whole for the residents who surround the project. This will also set precedent for future projects in Linn County. In closing, I'd like to thank the supervisors and staff, the project coordinators, and the citizens for all their time and labor in this process. Because without labor, neither knowledge nor wisdom can accomplish much. Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate it. Marty Robinson. Thank you, sir. Laura Robinson. Good evening.
Hi, Supervisors Walker, Rogers, Zumbaugh, thanks again for letting us speak. Coggon Solar LLC is an experiment for Linn County. So many important issues have not been addressed firmly with an answer that has substance. Steve and Laura Myers have addressed the lack of accountability and responsibility for severe weather damage to the panels numerous times. The mounting panels have been assigned a risk category 1, which means low risk. In the 41 plus years that my family has lived on our small farm outside of Coggon, Iowa, we've experienced 3 confirmed tornadoes. They traveled across 2 of the farms participating in this project before they approached mine. The dates were April 27th of 91, May 17th of 17, and July 11th of 2020. The plan states that someone will come within 72 hours to assess the damage. I also don't know of a way to pick up shards of broken glass on farm ground. The 1250 setback will help keep debris off our property. Covering up some of the best soil in Linn County, state of Iowa, and the country is not setting a good example of using our natural resources. And once again, I am not against solar for private use. I'm against industrial-sized solar, especially on prime farm ground. The vast majority of pro-solar people who support this project, whether they are union members, government officials, lobbyists, company CEOs, they generally go home at the end of the day to Cedar Rapids, Marion, Mount Vernon, Des Moines, Boise, Idaho. When they're home, it's out of sight, out of mind. I live next to this proposed site. Guess what? It will never be out of sight. It will never be out of mind for our family. We didn't ask for this. We're just trying to protect what we have worked so hard for all of our lives. We deserve at least a 1250 setback. It's a step in the right direction, and it gives us a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Mr. Bickle? Greg? Yes, sir.
You only get 3 minutes. I'm just kidding.
Supervisors, I'll make it brief. I'm stressed out. I'm losing sleep. At this point, I'm just ready to sell it all. You want my land? Have it. I will just move away, take my dreams to another state, and just give up. This 1,250-foot setback gave me a little hope. I didn't matter to Clenera. When they left me out of the process and didn't seem to expect that me being surrounded on 3 sides was important, I thank Charlie for at least giving me a 300-foot setback to a property that I've been dreaming to build. It's not about the view. The setback will give me distance from the panels, from storms, from fires. It'll give me peace of mind. Please, I and the other people that don't have representation, we need something to give us bargaining power to make Clenera listen to me and make me matter. I am stressed out. I'm losing sleep. Please do something to help me.
Thanks, Greg. Tom Robinson.
I want to thank the supervisors for giving me a chance to speak. One thing I noticed, in the meeting that was Monday, all the Cedar Rapids business community people that were in favor of this project, and that's fine. That's the way a representative republic works. We all speak our piece. Last week I was listening to a radio station, KXCL out of Waterloo, and they have this little vignette every morning and interview people from various walks of life. And on the middle of last week, they interviewed the station manager, interviewed Doug Newman, who is apparently, I guess, the head of the Cedar Rapids Metro Economic Alliance. And in this conference, I thought this is going to be interesting, how timely. So the host of the radio program asked Mr. Newman for his top 3 priorities in improving the economic infrastructure in Linn County and Cedar Rapids and morphing into Johnson County. And I thought, well, I'm going to get an earload here. I'm going to load here. You know what? Solar was not mentioned. Renewables were not mentioned. I just thought that so ironic. Here's a perfect platform. Wasn't even brought up. One thing I do want to say is I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for considering this 1,250-foot setback. It does, like my wife said, it gives us a voice. It gives us a seat at the table for the first time since this whole process has happened. I feel like we're getting through. I just want to support this setback. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Sally Bulow. Thank you. Julie Kraft. Good evening.
Good evening. I feel like I'm on The Price is Right. My name's finally called. Good evening. My name is Julie Kraft, and ironically, I am with the Cedar Rapids Metro Economic Alliance. And what's more, I was there when that whole interview happened, so I'll address that in a moment. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here tonight. As I said, my name is Julie Kraft. I represent the Cedar Rapids Metro Economic Alliance. The address is 501 First Street Southeast. To just quickly respond, Doug Newman was speaking to Jeff Stein at KXCL, and I was actually in the same room at the time. So I set up the interview. The topic for that conversation was about the state legislature and our public policy priorities. And as far as I know, there's nothing really necessarily in front of the state legislature right now about solar energy and renewable energy. And so what Mr. Newman spoke about was how workforce and solving workforce is the top priority that we are speaking to the legislature about this year. So on to this project. We are pleased to see developers looking forward and to the future and recognizing the need to have more increased renewable energy. At the Economic Alliance, we have companies who come in and make requests for proposals, requests for information routinely. These are businesses that are looking to either start a business here or expand here. And it's now a given when these requests come in that there's an inquiry about renewable energy. In many requests, it's not even an optional thought. It's a stipulation for the company. They will not consider moving or expanding unless renewable energy is available. So in other words, it's no longer, hey, it'd be nice if you all offered that. Renewable energy now is a basic stipulation for consideration. And if there's no renewable energy, it's an immediate deal breaker. In some cases, companies are calling for 100% renewable energy. So it's only a matter of time before this trickles down to existing companies and businesses who are responding to consumer demands for cleaner energy. This project is a $150 million investment, which is a big wow for us. It ranks right up there with some major projects in the Cedar Rapids area, like BAE Systems and the new UPS and Federal and FedEx ground distribution centers. I personally grew up in a small Iowa town where we never had that type of investment come to our community. We often see those opportunities go to big cities. So we view this as an opportunity for rural Iowa to cash in on a cash crop of renewable energy if farmers choose to do so. Finally, we'd just like to recognize and applaud the Linn County Board of Supervisors for publicly discussing and addressing sustainability and climate change. We're proud to live in an area where our leaders have thoughtfully acted in these areas, and we encourage you to lead by example and support renewable energy like a solar project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bill Cherrier. Thank you, sir. Cindy Golding.
Cindy Golding. I live at 7,000 Tower Terrace Road, Cedar Rapids. I live on a farm. I do not have property near this project, but I am a business owner. I'm an employer. We keep talking about bringing more jobs, bringing high-quality jobs. We are doing construction. There are not enough people to fill the jobs that we have right now. The people I work with, we have more jobs available in Iowa than we have people on unemployment. We have lots of jobs available. One of the things that has been said is that there are 4,000 people that signed that they want solar. I want solar, but I don't want solar on farm ground. I want solar on rooftops. We have solar on some of our properties. There are lots of places that solar can be used and be used effectively. It just doesn't have to be on prime farm ground. I own farm ground all over Linn County, and if I want to develop one of those farms, I have to come to you. We have to talk to the neighbors. We have to go through all kinds of jump through hoops. If I make a business plan based on my proposed development, but it is an infraction on somebody else's rights, that's my problem, it's my business plan. I did not interview the neighbors. So to say that, well, this is our plan, this is how much we committed to, without having approval or without meeting all the requirements, without interviewing the neighbors, without understanding the impact, it doesn't matter. It was their business plan. We live here. So I want to applaud the supervisors for looking at the 1,250 foot setback. That allows the people that live there to have some benefit. And the other thing that was said was that there was with the 300 foot setback, that there would be the vegetation, that there was 300 foot of prairie grass. Well, if there's 1,250 feet, that means there's 1,250 feet of prairie grass. And they said that's that much more land that would not be usable. Well, if they said that 300 feet was usable as prairie grass, then the 1,250 feet is also usable. So that is, it's talking out of both sides. So I applaud you for looking at the setback, and I hope that you approve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Elliot Meyer.
Good evening. My name is Elliot Meyer. I'm from 106 West Harrison Street, Edgewood, Iowa, up in Delaware County. I just wanted to start off by saying I'm an avid supporter of renewable energy and solar panels, and I'm a strong supporter of this project. As a recent college graduate, my thoughts immediately go out to the other graduates who are looking to get into the solar industry. As I'm sure you know, the solar industry is one of the fastest growing industries in the state. Supporting the Coggon Solar Project will ensure that graduates like myself will have good paying jobs right here in Linn County. I do not support the 1250 setback. When a larger setback is created, the land is less efficiently used. This will effectively go against every concern of those who have voiced opposition here tonight. The Coggon Solar Project will benefit the county immensely by providing residents with clean energy, good paying jobs, and attracting businesses for decades to come. I strongly urge you to support the Coggon Solar Project for the benefit of Linn County. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Schoenfield? Terry? Of Russell Drive? Cool. Just as a matter of perspective, we still have 14 more individuals. May we still continue? People still want to keep going? Zonja Krasik.
John Zakrasik, 531 Lawndale Drive, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. A lot of folks have expressed concern about our outstanding farmland. One of the things that I've noted is that the people who actually own that farmland and whose interest it is to keep it as high a quality as possible have voluntarily said that they want the solar on their farm. That says a lot to me. When we were up in Badger Hollow, we talked to Bob Bishop. He was in trouble. 20 years he'd been stretching his finances. Now he had an opportunity to put solar on about 600 acres, a lifeline for him and his entire family. They'll now be able to keep that farm, and he talked about how that solar revenue is going to help him make additional investments in that farm to make it a better place and to continue it in his family. To give you a sense of the value of what's going to be produced on that 100 megawatt solar farm, at 2019 wholesale rates, it would bring in $5.9 million a year, almost $9,000 an acre. That's a lot of value that would accrue to Linn County. And over time, as you know, if you produce something of value, it makes the county more valuable overall. One of the other things that I need to note, there's been a lot of discussion about bad weather events. Well, we've all seen some really bad weather events, and one of the things we've got to deal with is the fact that the emissions that we're producing are creating even more difficult to deal with weather. My view shed is now trees that are horizontal that used to be 70 to 100-year-old trees. They're just gone. And those kind of events are going to occur more often and make it more difficult for our children and our grandchildren. Today, our electricity is 36% clean. So that means anything we even do to try to electrify and reduce emissions only gets us about 1/3 of the benefit we'd like to have. We need to have more renewable energy so our grid is clean. We look at, let's get that solar located in the west. Well, we'd need a transmission network nationwide to move electricity around, and we don't have that. It takes between 10 and 30 years to site a major transmission line. So we need to put solar in quickly to mitigate climate change issues and do that where we can connect to existing electrical infrastructure. We're talking about rooftop solar. Linn County in 7 years just put 11 megawatts in place. Rooftop solar is an order of magnitude too small, it's too slow, and it costs almost twice as much as it does to put it in a solar farm where you get huge economies of scale. The 1250-foot setback imposes significant non-owner rights on participating landowners. It's an easement without any compensation. They can't use that land that's been designated as a setback. And I have some questions, please, about the setback. From watt to watt. In what configuration? Arcs, a notch? What is a soft setback? What does that mean? And then does vegetative screening accomplish the same thing we're trying to accomplish with the setbacks? A really good vegetative screening can go a long way to eliminating the issue that landowners have with the view shed. Finally, I've talked many times about the fact that if we don't produce electricity cleanly, then we have coal and gas production of that electricity. And there are people living near those plants who have to suffer the health effects of that. There's a very interesting analysis done by the National Renewable Energy Laboratory and Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. And what they found was the health benefits of generating electricity from solar were worth about 8 cents per kilowatt hour of solar generation. Almost more, it's actually double what the electricity itself is worth. So that tells you how important it is to move to that so that everyone can have a healthy future. Linn Clean Energy District, of whom I'm a director, supports the project with vegetative screening, 300-foot setbacks, and a panel height that's conducive to building soil health with a really good seed mix. Thank you very much, Supervisors.
Thanks, John. Wendy Andrews. Wendy Andrews? Okay. Neil Lyon? Thank you. I'm sorry, Jason, perhaps you're from Ankeny or Atkins? Okay. Nate Hoffman?
He spoke earlier.
Yep, just want to make sure. Beth Dunkel? Good evening.
Hello. I didn't mean to pop it out of there, but anyway. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'll try to make this brief. My name is Beth Dunkel. My husband and I are building our dream home at 3801 Williams Lake Road. It's outside of Center Point, Iowa. There is an industrial solar company that wants to build in our neighborhood. So I'm coming to these meetings in hopes that I can learn more about the process that Coggon and Kerner are going through right now. Not saying that everything that NextEra does is going to be just like Kerner, but you can learn a lot from one big industrial solar company, what might happen in other ones. So anyway, I want to start by just mentioning that my husband is the captain of our Center Point Fire Department, one of the captains, I should say. And so obviously I pay real close attention when I've got a gentleman up here earlier tonight talking about fire safety. I heard him say that there's never been a fire at any of their solar farms. They do monthly inspections, they're in contact with emergency crews, they do mock drills, they make sure that they have keys to the gates, things like that. The Wapello Solar Farm has been up and running for about 10 months now. December 15th of 2021, there was a derecho that came through Iowa causing $1 million worth of damage. I spoke to the Wapello Fire Chief, Damon Moore, today. He said there was visual damage done to the solar panels at Kerner Solar Farm in Wapello on December 15th. I also found out from Chief Moore that in 10 months of operation, no one has contacted him to discuss mock drills. No one has given him keys to the gates. No one has given him the name or phone number of anyone that he can contact at the solar farm when there is an emergency. No one asked him or his crew to come out during the December 15th storm for storm watch. In situations when there is a storm, you have to deal with lightning possibly hitting, causing fires, down power lines, things like that. So they do storm watch so that they can be there as it's happening, not after it's happened. So obviously those are all concerns for me. You know, how do you hold Kerner accountable when they make these promises that they're gonna do all these things, and then you've got this fire department telling you that none of this has happened. The second thing I wanted to mention was going back to the information on what's in the solar panels. Obviously, that's a concern for me also. If I've got people I know responding to fires, you want to make sure there's nothing toxic being released into the air. So it was mentioned earlier tonight that there is nothing toxic in these panels. And from what I understand through different articles I've read, the 315,000 panels that were purchased for the Wapello site were from Risen Energy. So I went ahead and started looking up their safety data sheets to see exactly what is in their panels. And what I found is their safety data sheets lack a lot of detail. In fact, one of the things I noticed is that the back sheet, which contains layers upon layers of different materials that protect what's inside the solar panels, all it said on the sheet was the sheet is a white back sheet. So it didn't tell you what's inside that sheet at all. But I did find out that most back sheets are made of one of two groups, fluoropolymers or non-fluoropolymers, and both are flammable. Fluoropolymers are actually toxic also. So, if you don't include it on the sheet, lack in detail, people don't know what's inside those back sheets. Also, it mentions that there are 72 individual solar wafers in a panel, but it doesn't say what each wafer is actually made up of. So again, you have to wonder that, what's in these wafers? Is it toxic? Is it flammable? So those are all questions that I've had. And so I guess the one question I do want to leave with Linn County Supervisors is, how are they held accountable in situations where they're saying, we've got these safety plans in place, we're doing these mock trials, we're going to hand the keys over. They've been up and running 10 months, that's not happened. December 15th happened. These guys could have showed up and wanted to help out at the plant and can't even get in the plant. And they haven't practiced anything, so they're coming unprepared. So is that something that supervisors, I guess, how do you hold them accountable for that? That's what I'm wondering. Can anybody answer that?
This is your public comment to us, not
I didn't know
us.
if you could actually answer.
Right.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
No, you're all good. Appreciate it.
And then the other thing is looking back at some of the things that were happening in Wapello.
I'm sorry, your time had already expired.
Okay, well,
That's
thank you
okay.
anyway for your time.
Thank you, Beth. Alicia Porter? No, that's okay.
Good evening. I'm Alicia Porter, 3253 Fishel Road. I've been present to several meetings and listened to both sides, pros and cons, just like yourself. There were definitely items that were repeated several times, and I'd like to share not only my experience, but also a proposal for you to consider. I've been in the real estate industry for over 21 years and will speak from my experience, and I also have a 15-year study to share at the end with you on how industrial solar has negatively impacted surrounding properties. The big question, will industrial solar affect my property value? In my professional opinion, yes. Property values will be affected in a negative way located near an industrial solar project. Residential is a separate matter at this point, as panels are located on rooftops and do not impact neighboring properties to their rights to live and enjoy their property and views. One example, personally, last year I had a gentleman, showed him a house on 32nd Street Northeast in Cedar Rapids. Across the street was ground-mounted solar panels. We walked into the house, he looked out the big window, and he said, "I'm not buying this house because of that," and he pointed at the solar panels. Second subject that was repeated through the meetings was local jobs and economic growth. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation stated, "Investments in agriculture are the best weapons against hunger and poverty, and they have made life better for billions of people." We need to keep in mind the jobs proposed are only for 2 years, with the exception of the 1 to 2 permanent jobs. What about all the jobs being impacted on the agricultural side? It's not only the farmer impacted, but everyone they employ. Harvesters, seed dealers, fertilizer reps, weed control companies, grain elevator employees, truck drivers, and the list goes on, and they're gonna be impacted for 30 plus years. Does it make sense to trade short-term jobs, approximately 200 to 300 if my notes are correct, when negatively impacting hundreds of others for 30 plus years? Third common trend from Monday, leadership. Iowa is a national leader in corn and beans. Why would we want to take away from that? Don't be distracted by the drop in the bucket comments, as there are thousands of acres across Iowa that solar companies are seeking to take out of production. We are not able to produce or make more farm ground, so why would we consider taking away from such a vital resource that has been such a blessing to Iowa for so many centuries? Thomas Jefferson said it best: agriculture is our wisest pursuit because it will in the end contribute most to real wealth, good morals, and happiness. My proposal: why are we not considering the hundreds and thousands of rooftops, residential and commercial? I see a lot of homeowners and businesses installing these solar panels on the rooftops and reaping from the benefits and possibly even selling it back. This helps not only take the weight off of our overloaded grid, and with any and all excess energy being bought back from the utility company, in theory, this would help lower the rates for everybody involved. Each business and residence is already wired to receive the electricity, so the majority of the infrastructure is currently in place. I understand that there's additional work to be done in order to send the excess energy back to the utility company, but this helps with our employment and job security locally. This will also help attract new businesses. Just like Mayor Corbett stated Monday, they are demanding renewable energy to the area. This all takes funds, so why not take these subsidies that each and every one of us have paid through, that live in Iowa, through our taxes, and keep it in state instead of sending it to other companies out of state. To help homeowners and businesses with purchasing and the installation costs, why not use that in a form of grants and possible tax benefits? Since we already have federal benefits being offered, why don't we do that statewide? It may not cover the entire cost, but the benefit to the businesses and the homeowner is lowered utility bills if it's not already completely eliminated, and they have the opportunity to make money back, selling it back to the companies. So again, instead of giving our money to out-of-state companies, let's reward and benefit our local constituents and businesses. This is a proposal, I think, with consideration and further development, could be a huge opportunity for each and every resident and business in our area, and eliminates the threat of reducing our valuable farm ground and neighbors harming each other's property values. There's a time and place for everything. I think this is the right time, but we all need to agree on the right place without harming others in the process. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'll give you that report that I promised.
Thank you very much, Alicia. At the request of Supervisor Zumba, he would like to take a leg stretching bathroom break, and I think we've all earned it. It is 10:10, so we will hopefully convene quickly. I'm definitely blaming it on you and any other Zumba that's listed here. Okay, everybody, I think we've got the blood flowing and the legs stretched, so let's get back to business. Okay, if Samantha Peterson is here, there she is. Let me get set up here, Samantha, and then you'll have your time.
Am I good to go?
We're good to go.
All right. Good evening, supervisors. Thank you for this time to speak in public comment. My name is Samantha Peterson, and I live in Atkins, Iowa. Let me be clear. I do believe that high CSR land in Iowa, such as the land included in this project, should be used for growing crops. However, I do understand the Linn County Code and the process that we're going through here, and I've learned a lot through this process and appreciate that process. Long story short, though, I do support both considerations added on Monday. I think that Mr. Gallagher has given a great, obviously very researched recommendation as far as panel height. And in regards to the consideration for increased setback distance of the 1,200 feet, I do believe that if this is denied, it will show that the profit of a few is more important than the well-being of the community, of the neighbors as a whole. If this condition is upheld, non-participating residents in this community and in communities that will be impacted in the future, because we all know that there's projects coming down the line, it gives them a seat at the table, and I think that's very important, and it was very encouraging on Monday, and I do hope that you continue to support that condition added on Monday. I do not believe that Clonera's proposed screening brings the non-participating residents the same seat at the table or the same considerations that the setback does. And I guess we have failed as a community if the only way to improve the lives of some in form of a profit is to negatively impact the lives of many. And I think that this setback increase to 1,250 feet really is a good start in giving these people a seat at the table and showing them that they're heard and giving them a place to negotiate. So in conclusion, please continue to support both considerations to the rezoning ordinance to show that taking the concerns of non-participating residents in this community and in future communities is something that Linn County values today and into the future, and give these people a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. Sarah Aldine.
Good evening. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for the time to share my public comment. I am a Linn County Sarah Alden, Center Point. I am a Linn County rural resident. My neighborhood is likely different than yours if you do not live in the country. I live on a gravel road. I have a private well. I'm protected by a volunteer fire service. I don't have sidewalks or hydrants or street lights, and my 4G internet service comes from a cell tower. I live less than 10 miles from Cedar Rapids. As you've heard, I do not have as many modern conveniences as residents living in urban areas, and that's just fine with me. I choose to live in the country because of the rural landscape. My home's viewshed is why I love where I live. I understand that Linn County is committed to investing in clean energy initiatives. Doing so doesn't mean sacrificing the property rights and mental well-being of rural residents to get there. I understand the constant fear and anxiety that utility solar developers can have on local residents because my brand new home is located inside a proposed solar project area. And no, I did not intend to build my house inside a solar project. This entire situation we find ourselves in is what we call putting the cart before the horse. I know there are people who are excited about utility solar in Linn County, but why does this have to be at the expense of condemning residents to live in and around it for 40 years? Transparency is a huge issue with solar developers. It is the same story over and over again, different company, different town. This is common in communities I've visited throughout conversations with residents impacted, both on my own as well as with the Linn Task Force, residents impacted in other areas of the country. These projects are lobbied well to community leaders, supportive groups, as being good for business and the environment. No one is talking about what is good for the real local community, the tax-paying residents who have to live there. The developers are only wanting to meet and work with people who are contributing to the project, the land leasers, not participating landowners who are irrelevant and have no conversations. We are told that this is happening whether we like it or not. Developers come into communities very quietly, targeting only landowners in the area and solicit their contracts for land lease. Nothing is said to the surrounding community as a whole, and that is a sign, and those that sign option contracts are not allowed to discuss their participation. Once their land is leased, they begin developing their projects, investing in studies and designs and in the area of their choosing, all without collaboration from other invested parties, including residents. If developers want to be well received in communities and gain support as they publicly claim, why is trust and transparency such an issue? Why aren't developers working with county leadership first to better understand what areas in the county would be best suited for development? Instead, we, the local residents, are expected to accommodate them and forfeit the value of our property
and the way of life that we've already invested because they've already invested money in the project. To me, it makes better business sense for developers to work with stakeholders, including neighboring residents, to gain buy-in and support of a project for a balance in the community. I support the 1,250 setback because it makes this one-sided forced situation livable for people that today have no choice. 1,250 feet gives adjacent landowners the option to become relevant for developers. 1,250 feet protects property values and has less impact on rural residents. What they value most about rural living are feeling of open space and the rural character of the lands. This is the first project for our county, and it won't be the last. Your decision here, while it is for Clenera, sets a precedent for all future projects. There are other developers here today in this audience listening to the decisions that you make. For many residents, the 40-year timeline will be the rest of their life. Please use this opportunity in front of you to set an example for other counties and all property rights, to do the right thing and protect the county's residents over monetary priorities of an out-of-state company. Residents shouldn't have to sacrifice their value because developers made a poor business decision and put their cart before the horse. I ask you to vote yes to protecting both sides of the property line. Vote yes to 1,250-foot setbacks. Thank you.
5 on the dot. Perfect. Thank you. Mike Carberry.
I think you called for Mike Carberry.
Sorry, Mike Carberry. Oh, you're also Mike. Yeah, this Mike.
I let him go first. Yeah. Good evening, and it's nice to be here. I'm Mike Carberry. I don't live in Linn County, but I've lived 50 years within spitting distance of Linn County. Grew up in Benton County in the town of Newhall, and I live in Iowa City. I was a county supervisor for 4 years where I got to know both Stacy and Ben, and I thank you for being there. And I've been an environmental and agricultural lobbyist and consultant for over 20 years, where I've got to meet Supervisor Zumba up when he had another job up at the State House. So, like I said, I've 4 years as a county supervisor, 17 years as an environmental consultant, 17 years on the board of the Iowa Sierra Club, 15 years on the board of the Iowa Farmers Union. I come from a 5-generation family farm family from Benton County and Pocahontas County. I'm here to support the solar project, and for what I'm really here to talk about is farming. All farming is solar farming. We use the power of the sun for everything. Whether for photosynthesis, for the photovoltaic cells, even wind farming, which I consider, I'm on the board of the Iowa Wind Energy Association. The power of the wind comes from the sun, and we need that. But we have to remember that farming is a business, and businesses are all in operation to make money. What we have here is we got a problem in farming. Most farmers have lost money for 7 years, and especially if you take out the government payments or crop insurance. But if you're a solar farmer, say you own that land, well, you're gonna get at least $800 an acre. Most farmers cannot make $800 net per acre. They just can't do it. Most of them are making at the most $100 an acre when they take out all the costs of the fertilizers and all the other inputs. And of course, most of the inputs have gone sky high the last couple of years. So if you're a landowner, people lease their farms. Well, when you lease your farms, you get a couple $100 an acre, maybe $250. Well, again, let's go back to if you lease your farmland for a solar farm, you get a minimum of probably $800. That's 3 times as much leasing your land for a solar farm as for a conventional farm. And let's talk about the energy. The energy produced from 1 acre of corn in one growing cycle would run a car on E85 about 12,000 miles. But if I took the energy from 1 acre of solar per year and ran an EV like a Tesla or a Chevy Bolt on it, 2 American-made cars, Chevy's union-made, so I'd buy the Chevy. But that car would go over 1 million miles on the power produced by that 1 acre of solar. So I would ask you to do that. Now, told you that I was 4 years a county supervisor. The best thing I learned how to do as a county supervisor was what I called R&D, which is rip off and duplicate. And what we did there is we created a comprehensive plan like you did. And I was the chair of the county supervisors in 18 when we did that. We created a solar ordinance. And many of the things we've been talking about here the last 5 hours and Monday night are covered in that solar ordinance. Let me read through the 10 different topics that we've covered. Setback standards, security fencing, panel clearance height, roads, ground cover standards. That's for you. Vegetative cover, landscape buffering, glare minimization, site plan, operations and maintenance plan, and the very last is decommissioning site and reclamation plan. All of these things should be covered in an ordinance that Linn County should have, so you don't have to weed through an application. You should tell them what you want, and then their application meets what you require. And so I would suggest you do that, and I'm going to give you a copy of this when I'm done. Couple of points. I've never seen 1,250-foot setbacks before. I've never even seen 300. In my 20 years in the wind business, the way you kill a wind farm is setback distances. Average setback distance is 1,250 feet. But many counties in northwest Iowa decided they were going to go to a mile or to a half a mile. That killed all the wind plants. So if you want solar, then you can't have 1,250 feet buffers. What you need is a vegetative buffer, trees that block their view. So thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we're down to the final 7. Pam Mackey-Taylor.
I'm Pam Mackey-Taylor. I live at 2200 South 31st Street in Marion. I'm the director of the Iowa chapter of the Sierra Club, and these comments tonight are on behalf of the Sierra Club. We support granting the zoning change that is being requested for Coggon Solar. But I would like to add one thing. I think there's a significant problem with the vegetative management study, and I think it needs to be modified. The first thing is there is a major difference between tall grass prairie like we have in Iowa and short grass prairie like you see in Kansas, Colorado, Nebraska, and points west. And the difference is largely in the height of the plants. I noticed that the vegetative management plan suggests that the plants underneath the solar panels will be grasses and sedges. That's very different from a diverse prairie planting. And so I know there's been some discussion tonight about changes that are being thought about or proposed for under the solar panels, and I would suggest that before you do much more, you have that vegetative management plan updated.
Thanks, Pam. Kelly Murda.
My name's Kelly Murda, and I live at 4194 Quail Ridge Road in Center Point. I'm a widow. Shortly after my husband died, I was invited to a wedding. It was a glorious day for my friend. I was elated for her. At the same time, the grief in my body was a pain like I couldn't describe to somebody who's never experienced a loss like that. This solar journey has taken me to that point in my life. I'm on that same emotional journey again. I smile at joy that people have when they get excited about this project. The girl that came up that had on the flannel, she was so excited, and I was excited for her. I smiled. At the same time, I'm nauseous every single day. I'm grieving. I'm grieving the loss of the dream that my family started 2 short years ago when we moved to rural Linn County. My world, my vision, my dreams, all flipped upside down. The motion on Monday to require a mandatory 300-foot setback with a negotiable 950-foot setback gave me some peace to my mind. It means that there's now a required seat at the table to have dialogue about livability and about equity. That hasn't been present for anybody to this point. They came and they said a 1,250-foot setback squashed their project. They had the opportunity to look at it and to have dialogue with Greg, Tom, Paula, Laura, and all the people that live around that project. They didn't do that. Did they ask Greg or any of them what that 950-foot would be? If there was something that they could come up with that would be workable, that could be cost effective? No. They came in here and said, it kills the project. Okay. Do you want it? Are you going to take action? I don't know. Show me. As a rural Linn County resident, I have a home surrounded by land that's under an active solar lease option. Those same conversations aren't happening for me. I had to hire an attorney too. I'm gearing up for it. 1,250 feet for me means that I would have a seat at the table going forward. It means that I would have the opportunity to protect my property value. When I bought my home in 2019, the loan appraisal compared my acreage to 5 others in the county. The determination for value and ultimately the loan approval came down to the view shed. I could give you a copy of the appraisal where the bank loaned me money because I had view shed that other comparable properties didn't have. Would I have bought it? I don't know. 1,250 means to me that there's protection from blowing debris. 1,250 means that there's more time for that volunteer fire department to respond to my house. 1,250 feet protects me from construction noise. I work at home. My work hours are the hours that are allowed for construction hours. I don't have a brick and mortar building to go to work at. I'm a social worker. I am responsible for the oversight and the safety of some of our most vulnerable people with disabilities and those with some of the most significant mental health needs in our region. It's important that I can focus and do my job well. 1,250 feet gives me that. 1,250 gives me safety for my children, so they're not so close to an active construction site. Ben, do you remember my kids? You told me that when it came time to vote on solar projects, their safety would be a consideration. 1,250 feet gives me peace of mind that my children aren't going to get run over. 1,250 gives me 6 hours of sleep at night instead of 4. That's what I've been getting. I'm consumed with anxiety. I'm consumed with fear, grief, insomnia. I've lost 50 pounds since my certified letter arrived. 1,250 feet would allow me to breathe. I need it. My neighbors need that, and the Linn County rural residents deserve that. Please vote to move this project forward so that my peers can smile, but do so with a 1,250-foot setback so that I can smile.
Thank you, Kelly.
One other thing, these guys said that there was a Bertram substation and they couldn't build there because it was in a floodplain. Did you hear them tonight say that they built in a floodplain in Arizona? Would the county allow that?
Kelly, appreciate it. William Rogan, did I pronounce the last name correctly?
Good evening. I'm William Rogan. There's no way I can follow that. I think that the term or label of non-participating adjacent landowner is a misnomer. We are all participating here, and we have been participating. Well, this is my third meeting, and some of these people have been participating with their attorneys, and some have been participating with emails, and we're not getting paid for this. This is your job. It's your job. It's his job. Those guys are all getting paid. I know these guys are getting paid. With a few exceptions. Thank you. I think it's pretty obvious that the misnomer of non-participating is maybe not fitting. We're going to be participating with this project for 35 years, and they're going to go home. And I want to make sure that we are fully aware that this is a long-term decision for us and a short-term decision for them. And while I appreciate the hours and the stress that you guys put into this, eventually you're going to move on with your career and you're not going to have to deal with this. We're going to continue to have to deal with this. I implore you to consider Ms. Peterson, who impressed me immensely. She handed you a stack of paperwork, and she expressed herself this evening in such an intelligent way with experience. I implore you to reach out to her and have a sit-down conversation, because it sounds like she could just really give you some perspective that is valuable. I don't think she's getting paid to be here, but she's here because it matters, and it matters to her. I don't want to take up your time, but I can't sit there and not say something when it's going to affect myself into my 70s or more, and my children and their children. This is my land. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Ken Hart.
Ken Hart, 2093 Wapsie Y Road, Coggon. If you want to benefit rural Iowans, show them some money. Freeze property taxes and assessment values. Also have SIPCO freeze electric prices to the RECs that operate in Linn County. Do this until commissioning takes place. Thank you for Mrs. Peterson for the numbers about the real cost of decommissioning. Maybe that bond should go from 1 million to 30 million so we don't get stuck paying for it. U.S. solar companies go bankrupt because of decommissioning costs. There's a lot of nervous people in this room, and we need to do some compromising somehow. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're down to our last three. Tinashi, did I pronounce that name correctly? I'm sorry if I butchered it. Okay. The other Mike Doherty. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Mike Doherty, 2237 Castle Lane, Coggon. My wife and I are landowners within the solar field, and we've been to all the meetings and listened to everything, and I just have a few things that I would like to say as a landowner. We've lived on our acreage for 30 plus years, and we feel like we have a right as landowners to make a good income off of our farm. And that's everybody's goal, is to have a good income. And I would just like to say, I've heard the term prime farm ground 1,000 times throughout this process. And what is prime farm ground? Is it rocky? Does it have a dry spot on top of a little knob out in the middle of the field? You know.
I used to farm Mike's farm, if you're wondering.
You know what it's like.
Yep.
I would call it average. I wouldn't call it prime. It does have a 71 CSR rating, if you want to know that. But I see farm ground almost on a daily basis. I did a little driving around last night south of Toddville down along Interstate 380. I went down Edgewood Road, and the Bruce farm there has development going on like crazy. They got it all ripped up, excavators, bulldozers, everything sitting there, dirt piled up. And I know they have to go through a process to do that, but it seems easy enough to get approved. If my farm was between Elburnett and Marion, I think I could probably go through the process and get it developed or sell it to a developer that could get it developed. There's a farm right down the road here that's 300 acres of grape farm ground that got put into a ball field. So I don't see what the big deal is. Everybody's talking about taking out prime farm ground. This ground will still be putting out a commodity that is needed by the farmers that traditionally farm to get their crops in and out into town and to get them processed. And so I just look at this as a different commodity. It's still a farm. It'll be a farm. The land down around Cedar Rapids and Marion that, you know, is now commercial and residential, that'll never be a farm again, ever. This at least has a chance of being a farm again. And as far as the setbacks, I'd just like to say that I feel that the screening would be a good option. A 300-foot setback with the screening, I think, makes a good compromise. I think 1,250 is unreasonable. But I'll just say, and if you're not going to do solar, we're not going to do coal, we're not going to do nuclear anymore. What are we going to do? What are we going to use? All these residential and commercial, more and more and more. We've got electric vehicles coming on. Where are we going to get our electricity? I guess that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Last and certainly not least, State Representative Charlie McClintock and State Senator Dan Zumbaugh wish to address the board and the crowd jointly. They will be given 5 minutes total.
Thank you to the board. I really appreciate it. I'll be very quick. This solar issue started in the spring and through the summer, and it only escalated from there. It was a joint endeavor from both NextEra and Kerner and things like that. It was a very emotional topic for many of you, and it was highly concerning to many of you. And it was everything from eminent domain to taking of the ground, from issues of unsightly and things like that. There was also a legitimate fear that it would be pushed through planning and zoning as well as a majority vote through the Board of Supervisors, and then so it made its way to legislators. And what could be done? What could we do? And I said, well, there are a few things I can do. I can write a letter to the IUB, which is right here. You can go out and take a look at it. In fairness, I said to the IUB that I'm not against land rights. I'm not against their right to go out and be able to do this project. Whether it's for money or anything else, that's their right. I also said in the letter that I wanted to make it clear that as an elected official in District 95, I was concerned about the size, scope, and most importantly, the underlying motivation to put so many panels on Iowa's most precious resource, its land. We're not making any more of it, and I made it clear that, and this letter is in August, that I was against this project. And it wasn't 51% of the district against it, it was more like 85 or 90%. You've been to my forums, I've got your emails, I've talked to you in person, you've been to my town halls, our town halls, Palo, Coggon, Central City. I've heard you loud and clear. The question was, what can you do? I said, I'll have to get back in the legislature, but things I can do, I can write legislation and present it that would do things like 1,250 or more on these offsets to push it back. We can do crop ratings that would require 65, somebody mentioned 71% on your land, 65, 70, 75%, or you can't do it. We can do zoning, we can do taxation, with all these different things that we could do, but it doesn't look like it's going to be necessary. I applaud you for what you've done here. And the short answer is, I ask that on behalf of District 95 and the constituents and myself, that you pass it as amended this evening, and I ask that you do it unanimously, please. And with that, one other thing that would need to be done, I would need somebody in the Senate that would also, I sit on the Ag Committee, somebody that's on the Ag Committee in the Senate would be helpful because it's got to pass both chambers. Preferably a chair over there would be nice. So with that, I'll give the mic to Iowa Senator Dan Zumbaugh, who happens to chair the Ag Committee in the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Linn County Supervisors, thank you. You folks have been brilliant. As I sat in the back of the room most of the night, we've been here 5 or 6 hours, and I've listened to a slew of brilliant people. But you took time to think outside of the box, how can we protect the rights of everyone in this room? The folks that want the solar on their farm, and the folks that are concerned about it, that have it next to their farm. And you guys took the time to think it through. I know you laid awake at night. I know you did. How can I come up with a better plan than what we had before to help everyone in this room? I know most of the people in this room on a first-name basis. I live just north of Coggon. No one in this room tonight says, I hate solar. I didn't hear it from a single person in this room say, I hate solar, because they don't. They appreciate what it has to offer. And you have come up with a concept to respect the rights, the property rights of everyone in this room. There's folks sitting in suits right here that may have some of the broadest degrees from the brightest colleges available in this country that I don't believe have thought outside of the box far enough. Your comments were about money. Everything you said today was about money. These folks talked about virtually everything but money. These folks are what I've referred to as before and after. These folks were here before you, and they will be here after you. Most of your addresses are probably not in Iowa. Their addresses are Coggon, 15 minutes up the road. You need to think outside of the box. I want you to go to your hotel rooms tonight, put your minds together, appreciate what these men have done. These folks elected these folks. They have come up with a great plan that respects everyone in this room.
Senator Zumbaugh, I need you to finish up.
With that being said, please use the intellect that you've had, the training that you have. Think outside of the box. Appreciate what this board has put together for these people that will be here after you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anybody else who wishes after Nancy to speak? Because we're at 11 o'clock. So if you don't mind, you're going to be it.
That's
great.
Sure. My name is Tracy Nelson, 3311 Pleasant Creek Road, Palo, Iowa. And I'm here. I want to expand just slightly more on the property value impacts. Mr. Nichols stated that the renewable energy standards of approval do not include property value impacts. For several months before Clenera ever made its application to Linn County for the solar project, hundreds of concerned rural residents like me and several of these people, many of them, who found out about the proposed projects went to the board meetings, meeting after meeting after meeting from about April on, pleading with the supervisors to take a pause, an 18-month pause, but that was not approved. So we asked just for a month, 6 weeks, a month. So there could be reasonable buffers and setbacks could be added to the solar ordinance to protect property values of non-participating landowners. But they assured us that it could be done at these meetings, what's right now. But we wanted the solar plant companies to know in advance what was going to be required of them so they wouldn't be surprised. So they would know there's a 1,000-foot setback or whatever. But you decide, well, we'll just do it here. Well, now they have all these plans set for 300-foot setbacks, and now they're thinking that's going to be so much more expense. Well, that's not our fault. You guys had the opportunity to make that in advance, and you know about it. Because I was there and I talked to you guys. Anyway, if you go back to the University of Texas of Austin, when Clenera made its application to the IUB, it referenced this research paper by the University of Texas at Austin. But they intentionally misrepresented to them that the utility solar facilities have little or no impact on property values, so they could get their project approved. And I have shown you, using their exact report, which they referenced, that the property values will be significantly affected by losses of 25%, 20%, 13%, just depends on how close you are to the project. Minimal, if they wanted to actually go by what they've stated that have minimal effects, then they'd have to go 1 mile. If you look at that, what I showed you right here, 1 mile is 2%, or 5% is a half mile. If you want to go that far, then they would be correct. It would have minimal effect. But I think if you go even the 1,000, 1,250 foot, that's almost 13% negative impact they're going to have on their property values. And I just want to, at 13%, we have Doug Carlton. He's going to lose $34,000 in the value of his property. I have several here. The Kerner family, they're going to lose $45,000. That's at the 1,250-foot setback. If it stays at 300, they're going to lose $76,482 on the value of that land. Tom Robinson, at a 300-foot setback, he's going to lose $59,070. At the 1,200-foot setback, he'd only lose $34,905. And I can go on and on. These people are still going to lose value on the property, even at the 1,250-foot setback. But at least it's not as much as at the 300-foot setback. That's ridiculous. Anyway, I got 3.5. Okay, the county is violating its own long-standing land use plans to protect agricultural land for the purpose of agricultural activities. Both longtime residents and new residents who chose to move to this rural area expected the neighborhood to keep the characteristics of rural farmland, not industrial generating plant, consisting of thousands of unsightly solar panels. If it's approved, they will have to deal with traffic, with construction, noisy construction, flooding from water runoff, possible grass fires, loss of wildlife especially, and drop in home values. The project would only add to the amount of unreliable power on the electric grid and increasing costs to the customers. I'm asking you to vote no on the whole project, but if you won't, at least require the 1,250-foot setback and also
Thank you, Tracy.
Promise to
you can submit those
compensate the residents for the loss of their values.
Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes public comment.
Hello, my name is Stephen Keeter. My wife and I are adjoining landowners to the project. I live at 5960 Robinson Road, Coggon, Iowa. The eastern part of this project is right across the road from us. I have as much, according to the lady on the values and things, I have as much to lose as anybody, as much invested as anybody, certainly more than the 4,000 people who have signed the petition from Cedar Rapids. Setbacks. I would like to reiterate, or not reiterate, but mention what my understanding is about the setbacks. In my personal case, 300 feet.
Can you hold the mic up?
Pardon?
Yeah.
Sorry. 300 feet setback. I believe that's from the structure. So therefore, from my house to my property line is 150 feet. The county right-of-way on Robinson Road is 100 feet. That's 250 of the 300 feet, which is taken up by land that I own or the county owns. It's not being provided by the subject property. Only 50 feet is. I want to go on and say that I support the additional setbacks. I applaud it being brought up that there could be potential and room for negotiation as far as the plantings of trees and such to shield that. It's my understanding that 900 feet is a soft distance. In other words, subject to negotiation. I believe negotiation could take place in that regard and in regard to the plantings. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, according to our agenda, questions from the board or staff, or any closing comments from staff and applicant? Charlie, do you have anything? Any closing comments from any representatives? Mr. McKay or McKee, or it looks like you're thinking? Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I appreciate it. For those who couldn't hear, there may be comments, but not going to be shared tonight, so we can move on to our deliberations. I'm sorry, Amanda, can I just get the agenda? Yep, so now we're going to move on now to board deliberation. So this is second consideration of an ordinance rezoning the following parcels. As I had mentioned earlier, Robinson Road, Coggon Road, Sutton Road, Castle Lane, Paring Ridge Road, Linn Delaware Road, and Quality Ridge Road from agriculture with from ag and then to ag with renewable energy overlay with the corresponding parcels. Now is the time for board deliberation. Is there any of my colleagues who wish to make any comments?
I'll go first. I'll try to be brief, but I won't be, so just so you know. My address is also Coggon, Iowa, so I, along with other people, know an awful lot of people in this room. Some of them are my dearest friends and my wife's dearest friends. They don't all agree, and I understand that. And that's not because of them, it's because of who I was elected to represent that I came up with the 1,250 foot, 950, which I called soft for lack of knowing what to call it, which could be negotiated on. I fancy myself, as most of my relatives, as probably pretty decent negotiators. I don't for 1 minute think that 950 feet will be on most properties, but that's my belief. I don't know that for a fact. A couple of quick things that I noticed. Someone from SIPCO mentioned that there'd be many more projects. I think that that's more than fair to say. I have solar on my farm. Anybody's welcome to come out and look at it sometime. It works well for me. It would work well for many other people. But my neighbors that are on, and over there it's Maquoketa Valley REC, but they find it much not near as an asset as I do because I'm on Alliant, and how they're treated is much differently. These are all issues well above the county supervisors, and I understand that. But some of the things that you have to jump through to put solar on your own farm, you'd never know they're there if you look at the internet, because it's supposed to be so easy and everybody supports it, but that's not true. Another thing I found kind of interesting, I think this gentleman's gone, but he mentioned that someone shouldn't have anything to say about the color of somebody else's house. Well, I don't know if color goes to this, but I know when you move into certain housing areas, there's certainly restrictions. I think they're called ordinances or something. I don't know. I've never lived in them places, but I got friends that do. They can't even park their camper in their yard for very long. So, that happens. That happens everywhere. I did write down, it's interesting that the wind turbine company that came to Newton after the Maytag plant left, that was really great. It may have lasted 10 years, which I find kind of fascinating with all the windmills going up in Iowa and all over, that they weren't no longer viable. Ben, this one's kind of for you and I. We both sit on the Solid Waste Agency board, and that's where I got to know Mr. Pete Breck at. When you grabbed a tiger by the tail, you've only begun to fight. I'll always remember that. I wonder how that would look today, knowing what we're going to face, if the then supervisors of Linn County would have took some more time and prepared. But the fact is, they didn't really think about what you and I would go through as supervisors. They just got through it on the quicker version, well, you know what we're going to be facing. So with that, I will get to my real comments. I'm a 5th generation farmer, as some of my relatives in here are the same, and some of them are the 6th. Some of them are raised in the 7th. I'm more than fortunate for that. And Iowa farmers have a long-standing history of being able to control and do what they want with their land, and that's as it should be. I wholeheartedly agree with that. Iowa farmers also have a long-standing history of helping, respecting, and working with their neighbors. And that's exactly what the 1,250 feet was in my mind, thought for. It was not thought to not have this project. I've accepted having the project because I do accept that people like the Dohertys, or take your pick, should be able to do what they want with their property. I just feel that the people that live next to them need to be represented also. That's where it came from. It's as simple as that. As I said before, I'm going to make my decision for the people of Linn County. Overwhelmingly in the last 6 weeks, I realized that no one, and I mean absolutely no one, wants anything in their backyard. But it seems that it's okay if it's somebody else's backyard. And I've talked about the 1,250 foot and what that means to me. I can talk about my own backyard. Until the day before yesterday, I had properties that was going to get, or looked like it was going to get, a pipeline put through them with very little I could do about it. So I know all about the backyard stories, and that's how I got to know Pete, because the potential landfill was across the road from me. And that's all it was brought up for. It's a guide that Clenera could go back to the existing neighbors and work with, and try to come up with something that works for both parties. I believe I will always believe that that's possible. It may have a different footprint. It may look a little different. Like Mike said, I farm the Doherty ground. There is, half the farm's got a pretty good sand pile on it. There's other farms over in that area that are the same. I've never been on Wanda Balster's farm or very little if I've been on it, but no farm's perfect, so I'm sure they all have spots. But I believe we should probably stick with the 1,250, and I am wholeheartedly for staying with John Gallagher's recommendations for the height of the panels and the seating rate. And it's not that I don't believe Clenera, I have been down there several times on my own, along with once with a group of people, and I've seen that. And I'm sorry I went down, but I did. I'm not sorry I went down. I'm sorry for speaking against it, but I've seen it. I took pictures of it. You know, we can talk about that till I'm blue in the face. It is what it is. But I wholeheartedly think that we need to give this 1250 a chance to be worked out between the parties. And I wholeheartedly believe we should follow John Gallagher's advice and recommendations. And with that, I've got 3 more pages, but
Well, the train just beat you to it. Sorry, Louis. Here it comes. Supervisor Walker.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Rogers, for the time, Supervisor Zumbaugh for the comments, and all the presenters and folks who have given public comment here. In the last meeting, I took the position that it probably is unwise to sort of, I'm not saying Supervisor Zumbaugh did this, but shoot from the hip here and place conditions that would necessitate the applicant and then others to figure out what that means in such short turnaround time. I don't know if we've of course. Lose my train of thought. That was nice. That was nice, Charlie. In short, I'm trying to be as fair as I can, because I think there have been compelling arguments made on what we'll call both sides of this issue. And in fairness, I do think we can't really come in post hoc after the fact, after our comprehensive plan, after our experts have looked in it, and start slapping on new conditions. It doesn't really seem fair to me to do that. And I think in other situations, I would take the same position. Here's what I will say, and this is not a motion. This is how I preferred we do it the last time. There have been a lot of talk about participating members and non-participating members, particularly non-participating members, about property loss value. And I will recognize that I have seen studies that demonstrate that property values are not impacted, and I've seen studies that show that they are. I've seen more studies that indicate that property values are not impacted, and if they are positively impacted, but that's neither here nor there. There is a genuine concern that there may be property value loss. So what I would like to see, and I would like for this to go to a third consideration, what I would like to see is for the applicant to maybe come up with creative ways in which there can be guarantees if there is significant property value loss up to a certain percentage as a demonstrated result of this project. I'd like to see if there's anything that can be done in that respect. And then I'd also, I think, Clenera, you mentioned this at the last meeting, while you can't control sort of what the end user of the energy does, if it is the case that participating and non-participating landowners are able to, perhaps at a reduced cost or rebate, be able to place solar panels on their property, I think that would be a good gesture. And so if there are creative ways in which you could think about doing that, and perhaps it can be discussed at the next meeting, I would appreciate that. With all of that said, I came into this meeting admittedly skeptical, but I do think that the applicant has demonstrated that their plans fits within our stated specifications from planning and development. I also think this project, as has been recognized on both sides, adds to our sustainability goals. And I think there's a very strong case to be made that individual property landowners have the right to enter into private agreements. And that is something that, depending on what issue, I think people can take different sides on, but that has to be a predominant issue. It is the right of landowners to enter into contracts with private entities. So with that, again, if there can be any negotiation between the setbacks, I think that should be done. After learning what the sort of quote-unquote industry standard was, 1250 seems excessive. But if it can be greater than 300, I'd like the applicant to consider that. And I appreciate the applicant's commitment to constructing, I'm not sure what it's called, but the barriers, the screenings at the requests of this board and of the community members. So that is my position. I'd like to see this go to a third consideration, but I am in support of this project as it stands.
And I'll add my remarks. First, my remarks of gratitude for all of your endurance, not just for tonight, not just for Monday, but as Kelly Murda has stated, William, who was one of our last speakers in both meetings, and the gentlemen who come to our board meetings frequently and others that we hear from, the endurance of this solar coaster ride that we're all on, whether it affects us directly or indirectly, whether it's part of our viewscape, or if it's an issue that's really we're passionate about. I appreciate your willingness to show up, to be heard, to be vulnerable, and to let us know, your elected officials, what your views on this are. And it's not often we have a project of this size and scale that requires technical expertise and nuance for something that does have a multi-generational impact. And so I did support Louis' 1,250-foot setback, not to kill the project. And I get that setbacks are designed to really limit a project's ability to thrive. I supported it because I wanted the idea, I wanted it to have room for discussion. I wanted to really tease out from Clonera to understand more about their business calculations, really learn more about the project, if we could leverage negotiations with the setbacks. And I think the applicant tonight, Mr. McKee, Mr. Fitzgerald, and Mr. Galalago have risen to the occasion to explain to this board the implications of a 1,250-foot setback. And there are pros and cons to this. This does impact the size, the scale, and the scope. And I do have to take at their word that if they were to continue with a 1,250-foot setback distance, that additional land would need to be procured. And that is not something that I think one landowner, whether they're for it or against this, has said that they want additional land taken out of production. So with new information, that does give me pause on the 1,250-foot setback. And I have to admit that when new information requires me to look at something differently, I need to either readjust and recalibrate my own views or really look at the data presented. And I know that may disappoint many people in this room. I know it's also easy to suggest that this board either call Clonera's bluff or double down. It's easy to suggest, that an applicant can just reapply. And the issue of Blue Stem has been brought up several times this evening, and that it ultimately did get. It took years, and I think it was not cited in its original spot. But if you ask the citizens of Marion, in which this is now located, and it was located in their growth path, That is not something that they wished for. It's not something they asked for, but through time and discussion and then reciting, it was in Marion. And Supervisor Zumbaugh is right. We're on the Solid Waste Commission. We're trying to, the landfill closes in 20 years, and there is absolutely no way a landfill gets recited in Linn County. It'll just never happen. But that was farm ground that was converted into a landfill next to a development that was farm ground. And if you look at the assessor's website of those houses, they have not gone down in value. That is not to diminish the concerns about reduction in property value. The homes in the on Otis Road in the Rompot area of Cedar Rapids that are now directly across the street from an active rail yard, 150 car per day rail yard with a berm. Call it the market. Housing prices are up. That I don't know if next year the prices will go down, but that project has not yet realized the fears that residents rightfully had. Friends of ours, a former colleague of yours that you used to serve with in the Senate, Rob Hogue, adamant against this because it affects his livelihood as well.
I was opposed to it.
And Supervisor Walker opposed to it. So if Clonera cannot make the 1,250-foot setback work, and 300 feet is more than the usual setback distance, which is light years further than the 50 feet that we first started out with, I'm really not willing to jeopardize a $150 million investment or a transition to 21st century power or the rights of people who signed a private contract with a private company to farm. And, you know, as it's been, I think Mr. Doherty talked about driving by housing developments that were on prime farmland. You can drive by churches, and my favorite, storage units on prime farmland. Interstates divide that same ground, and none of these examples can ever be returned back to their natural state. But industrial solar can, if it's done well. And so what this board is trying to do, what I am trying to do, is ultimately try and balance the public's interest, which does include private property owners. And that doesn't mean at the expense of those who are choosing not to participate or were not asked to participate. Because as William said, and I think his comments, and I'm going to hold them very dear, they are participating. They are participating in many other ways than receiving a monthly payment. So I don't know where this goes in form of a motion, but we did, and I'm part of the vote that did this, we did move the goalposts on the applicant. If I was buying a car and I agreed at a certain price, or I thought and then it came in 4 times as much, and then someone told me you just have to figure out how to pay for it. It's not the way necessarily to do business, but I wanted to make sure that Supervisor Zumbaugh's 1250 got the attention, the conversation, and the vetting that it absolutely requires. So that's a long way of me saying that this is a very difficult decision. This is still second consideration. There's still opportunity to have a third and a fourth if need be. It sounds like there's legislative action to try and accomplish the 1250 setback for future projects, and I don't know if any of that legislation would preempt what we're able or could accomplish here. So that I'm going to lay my cards on the table. That's where I'm at. I still think that it gives, whatever the term of art would be, those who are not receiving the payments, I don't want to call them non-participating, but the other surrounding neighbors, it may not be the seat at the table that they want, but there's still a seat at the table. And the last thing I'm just going to say is, again, I do appreciate the lengths and depth and breadth of people's passion and their desire to ensure that if this is done, it's done correctly. And you're right, we haven't heard anyone say they are against solar. But we are moving in a different direction with our energy needs. And, you know, a lot of people discuss that our most valuable resource in Iowa is our fields. For me, who didn't grow up on a farm, I think, and it's just my view, doesn't mean that yours is wrong and mine's right, or better or worse than, but I think that our most precious resource is your children and my children. And I think that we have a responsibility to the future. And that doesn't mean that Clenera is going to solve our climate needs, but it's a start. And so that is where I'm at, and I'm willing to entertain.
Oh, I got
Yeah.
a little more discussion.
Yeah, go for it.
Several months ago, I don't know how many, I asked for a moratorium. That was probably misunderstood by many of this room to stop the project, but really, I was told moratorium, and I was told whatever the length of time was by our county attorney, because that was standard. The goal of that to me was that we could get together, we could put the things in the box that we want, not either not the potential applicant, not the applicant, but what the county wanted. And I was repeatedly told that the last meeting was when we were supposed to do that. Correct?
When you could make a motion to do that. Sure.
No, that's when I was told anything that I wanted, anything that I thought should be put in it, that's when I was told that was to be put in it, was at our first meeting.
Or
Charlie, did I not ask you several times and you always refer to the first meeting?
Yeah, you can come on up.
Sorry, Lou, I don't recall the exact conversation. The first meeting is the preferable place to, I think, add and talk about conditions, because you have more chances to talk about them. But you are able to add conditions at any
Charlie,
board meeting.
you told me at least 3 times that the first meeting was when, if I had things to change, that's when it was supposed to be done.
I'm sorry, I was incorrect if I said that to you.
It can also be done in second, and until.
Okay. Well, I understand, okay. I see the writing on the wall. You don't care for the 1,250 feet. I can live with that. But if nothing else, the 3 of us and our staff, without any interference from anybody else, has a few things we should really look at. So personally, I'd prefer, and many of them were brought up tonight, it has nothing to do with any landowner. Well, it has to do with the people of Linn County, and a lot of it has to do with decommissioning. So I think at the very least that we leave, in my opinion, leave tonight, and we agree to do them things unhampered by any party that wants to be here, but have a real honest discussion between staff and ourselves. And I don't know when you do that with a 3-person board, because our meetings are supposed to be public, or are public, so that makes it very difficult. I understand that. But we represent the people of Linn County. We don't represent Clenera. And we need to, I didn't say that for a clap, okay? Don't clap. That's just the bottom line truth. That's who we represent. And I don't care if it's the most minuscule thing that we miss. We only get one bite of this apple. And I can accept, yes, it's a 3-member board, and it's often 2 to 1. What's often 2 to 1. It's not always the 2 to 1 that people expect. I'll grant you that. But I think at the very least, we should just leave tonight and address some of those issues.
Supervisor Jumbo, I'm sorry, are you finished?
You know, I can always talk again, so go ahead.
I agree with you on most everything you said. You know, I'm just asking procedurally. Look, if we could have achieved 1,250, then that would have been great, right? Like, everyone would have been happy if that would have been viable, doable. What I am asking to do is we empower our staff to work with the applicant to say, well, if we can't do...
But that's the very problem. Our staff and ourselves don't represent the applicant.
I understand that, and I'm not suggesting we do. But
well, that's what you get when you only work with the applicant. When I go to buy a tractor, and I'm a John Deere guy at heart, although I have quite a few Case IHs around. When I go to the John Deere guy, he's not telling me the good things about a Case IH and a Buick or a Ford for you guys. Sorry.
Oh, I know an
I
international
go to the
harvester,
Chevy
I get
dealer.
it.
He's not bragging up the Ford. He's bragging up the Chevy.
I understand
and it's going to be impossible to get real decommissioning things with someone that wants to always bring you their way.
Well, sure, we don't have to negotiate.
But that's what they're exactly doing when they go in there
We don't have
and
to
do that.
negotiate specs on decommissioning, and in terms of not hearing from others, I mean, we've had hours upon hours, not just in these meetings, but in other meetings of individuals bringing to our attention things that they're concerned about, and I think we should indicate to the applicants our concerns, one of which I forgot to mention, but at least 2 or 3 residents talked about, so who's responsible if we have an extreme weather event and they have things blowing into their property, right? Like, I want to see clear statements that speak to those concerns. So all I'm suggesting, Supervisor, is that the things we find important to balance the public interest, not in service to the applicant, whether it's Clenera or anybody else, but to indicate that those are our concerns and we would like to see how they would address them, as opposed to us trying to figure that out at this table, coming up with conditions and then seeing what happens. That's all I'm saying. Let's push for is we'll call it a buffer zone or a setback, sorry. Let's push for as much as we think we can get, keeping in mind we've got experts telling us what the industry standards are, keeping in mind what we think it might do to individual property.
And we could easily do that by keeping the 1250 for now and letting them go out and try to do that. But I'm not comfortable telling somebody that, well, on this piece of paper, that it shows your value's down $30,000. I don't know if it's down $30,000 or not. But they could surely go out and try to negotiate that. I don't see why they couldn't try to do that. I really don't. I don't think that's asking too much. If it can't be done, then we can always go back and change this.
So are you?
I mean, none of us are trying to. I mean, I'll pick on the ambassador for a second, and it's and Mr. Gentry. From the first time we met, I've come a long ways. Now, maybe you don't agree with that, but I certainly think so. But I don't see why we can't, why their negotiators can't go out and try to do that if we allow them some time to do that. Look how fast they come up with the project labor agreement. They wanted 2 or 3 more weeks. They did it in 2 days. And that's great. I'm great with it. Don't get me wrong. But they obviously can do more than what they're willing to do, and that's proof of it right there.
So are you?
And if we have our staff only talk to them, I want to just stress to the people of Linn County how 3 supervisors they're great to work with on a personal level. So when I say it really sucks, I don't mean them personally, but technically we can't ride up the elevator together hardly. So how are we supposed to do this? And I mean, yeah, it's just, I mean, it would literally be like for my 2 colleagues that one took my place and I served with. Basically, it would be like the Senate and the House could only do all their business, 100% of it, on the floor. I mean, that's how this operates for us. And I think we all three agree on that. This is not a great.
And I think that's how we got here, because we all had our individual questions, preferences, and on. But that was kind of my point at the first meeting.
But unfortunately, I didn't. And they may not remember this, but yes, I asked several times, when do we get to do this? Well, you do it at the first meeting. I should have pressed harder, because I thought, well, that's a damn poor time to do it. But and part of it's being naive. I'm, first year, this is the first big thing that we were doing. But I certainly don't see why we cannot allow time to see what happens with that 1,250 foot, because I truly don't believe it's a deal breaker. I truly don't believe it'll be 1,250 foot in the end for everybody. It might be for one person, but I don't think all of it will be that way. I don't think there's anything wrong with seeing how that works its way out.
So you're,
and it doesn't have to be
so
for
you're
months.
suggesting we go to our third reading and we see what happens between now and then after more investigation by the applicant. Am I understanding you correctly?
What do you mean by more investigation?
You're saying you don't believe that that Kerner just can't do it, right? You're saying that maybe if they investigate and talk to some of these folks.
I certainly think that there's a possibility there, yes.
Okay, so that's what I meant. I'm not trying to pull a fast one.
No, yes.
So I also agree that we need a third reading. So I'm going to vote however I need to vote to push this to a third reading. And all I've been saying from the beginning is let's signal to the applicant the things we'd like to see, and then discuss that once we know what the ramifications are.
I'm fine with most of what you said, but we need to decide what we want to signal, not amongst ourselves.
I decided mine. I told them I got to figure out who's responsible for debris after extreme weather events. I'd like for them to investigate ways in which non-participating or even participating property owners could perhaps outfit or retrofit property with solar panels, and to think of different models where we could guarantee property owners, landowners, that their property values, in the event that it can be demonstrated that this industrial scale solar farm negatively impacts them up to a certain percentage. That is, all my other questions were answered throughout the course of these presentations, but that is what I would like them to show us when we meet again. So are you, and if I understand you correctly, you're saying I want to see just how close to that 1250 setback we can get, and you also
That's going to take some active negotiation on their part, knowing that that's the goal.
Or investigation, whichever. I mean, they're going to have to, you're telling me, right, they're going to have to go back and look and talk to some of these folks to see just how far the setback can be, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm saying we do. Like, it may be 1250, it may not, but we know that we want it to be as far as it can be.
And I think for tonight, we should leave here with the 1250 intact. We don't have to have final on the next one.
I'm okay with that.
Fair enough.
Just as long as we limit comment. Yeah, Charlie.
I can make a suggestion here. If we're going to want them to negotiate with property owners, we might want to postpone the meeting from Tuesday to give them some more time to have those conversations.
That would be more than acceptable for me.
I mean, I'd want to ask Mr. McKee or whoever the leader is of this. I mean, I don't want to make decisions without some of their input. I don't want to negotiate in public, but
we're fully within our right to do that. There's a prime case of we work for the people.
I get that.
Okay.
So you are suggesting we not have our scheduled meeting on, was it Tuesday?
Well, per our director, if they're going to have time to negotiate, that would probably take more than next Tuesday.
So I'm going to go out on a limb and say, to your earlier point, when folks need to get stuff done, they can get stuff done. That's how we got a project labor agreement in place, even when they ask for more time. I think the best course of action, well, I'm going to suggest this, is that we maintain our schedule for Tuesday and see what happens between now and then. And if we need another meeting, we have another meeting. But I don't want to keep delaying this decision because
I agree with part of that, but you got to remember we got a holiday in here.
Let me finish, because when we started talking about delaying it because of a labor issue, we were running into all kinds of scheduling issues.
Yeah, I'm not saying we got to do that. We got to wait 6 months, but we do have a holiday in there. that we should,
Right.
I mean, and today's Thursday, so that really only leaves them Friday.
So I'm just saying, let's
It's
keep.
literally almost Friday.
We keep our schedule, and if we have to have another
So
meeting,
so you expect them to see 7 people on Friday and possibly come up with something?
Yes, and
That's-
if it
that's-
doesn't
that's-
happen.
that's not possible.
We have a meeting on Tuesday, and we can set another meeting, Supervisor. I don't want to keep pushing this thing out every time.
I don't either, but let's be realistic. They're not going to see these
What-
people
okay,
in one
what do
day.
you- So what day do you, how much time do you suggest then?
What's the first day of the following week that we can do it? That would give them 5 days. Tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Say that again, I'm sorry. I got the calendar out.
That'd be the 13th.
Today's the 13th, almost the 14th.
It'd be the 24th, I believe.
You are suggesting that we move the third consideration to the 24th?
Yes.
That's the chair's.
Well, it's not just my prerogative, but I mean, we have heard from legislators that there are, I think I heard that there are bills for them to create a 1250 setback.
Dan or Charlie,
Are there
you want to
bills?
come forward?
Are there currently bills?
Ben's got a question for you.
Yeah, are there current bills to set the minimum setback at 1250? And if so, is there current language or proposed language to preempt any action taken before legislation becomes law?
Yes.
Yes to all of it?
The language that's being drafted is 1,250 feet and 65 CSR.
Is there language either in the bill now, in the House or the Senate, or is it intended to preempt? Because we've had the legislature preempt action we've taken in the past, whether it be minimum wage or other issues.
So this is a standalone bill. I'm not sure if I understand your thoughts by the word preempt.
If this board were to vote, 300 is the minimum setback, right? We're going to go back to square one, and that goes through, and that's what's approved. And then the legislature signs a bill that says, really, the statewide, the minimum setback is 1250, and that any contracts signed less than that are now null and void.
That's highly probable because we do have support in the governor's office, the Senate, and the House.
So I'm not really inclined then to wait till the 24th if this is.
Okay. This part I am 100% sure of. There's no way you're going to get a bill spun through 2 chambers and the governor between now and the 24th of January.
Correct.
Wheels don't move that fast, guys.
I think we keep it. If we need another meeting, we'll push it to the 24th.
Okay, so you're willing to let them go out and negotiate, and you think they can do it in a day?
It's not even about negotiating.
Yes, it is.
We set the schedule. We don't work for Clenera.
I understand that, but if we want them to go out and do diligence and work with some people, and there's 7 houses, from my understanding with Charlie, they have literally Friday to do that on, tomorrow.
If we can't get it done, we'll have another meeting. Let's maintain.
Be
our
realistic. Be realistic. You can't do that in a day. You know it. Okay, you guys know they're not going to get that done in one day.
I mean, if they want to comment on that, any
more questions for us, Supervisor?
No, we're good. You're excused.
Hello.
Hi.
So, sending us out to negotiate with landowners who have publicly announced that they are in opposition of any project is not equitable to each of the adjacent landowner, and here's why. You're going to have wild variations in valuation. You're going to have some landowners that say, my land is worth 3 times the value of my adjacent neighbor. How do I know this? Because we've sat, people at Clenera, our company, we have sat in the kitchen tables of their homes, the adjacent landowners who are not participating in the project, and they said they would be happy to participate if we gave them 3 times the value of their land. That's the level of negotiation that we will have. Now, what we are very much amenable to do, we are willing and want to do, we will work with staff, we will find a solution, we will come with a proposal that we can try and meet the needs of what you're asking us to do. But negotiating with each landowner is not a proposition to have equity with adjacent landowners. It is a proposition to kill this project and any other solar project in this county.
No, it's not.
It's not equitable.
You know what? If you come back and say, hey, and tell me that after you tried it, I'd buy it. But you never even tried it.
We have.
No,
we have
no, you didn't.
sat in the kitchen
I
and we
can
have
go
talked
out-
with them.
You sat in the kitchen of these 7 houses.
Several
These-
of them. Yes.
These 7.
So, Mr. McKay, what you're suggesting is we have a scheduled meeting Tuesday. I know that you and the principals of this all have travel plans. I don't know if you're
We'll be here. We will be here on Tuesday.
Right.
Yeah.
So yes, you're leaving and coming back. So
Yep, planning on it.
Right. So is what you're suggesting that on Tuesday of the 20th, or whatever date it is, I'm sorry, the 18th, that you will have some recommendation or
Yes.
some alternatives
Yep.
for us?
We are more than happy to work with staff. Just like we did
so
from the first meeting to this meeting, we've come up with new proposals and we're talking about different things. We will meet again and we will talk about different proposals and we will come back with something new that can try and meet the needs of everyone, but negotiating with
Yeah,
each landowner is not the way to do it.
I see that point, and I would be interested to see what the recommendations are, because then we're not trying to negotiate quickly, unrealistically, and while we're here and they're there.
And the point about fairness, it's not our job to be arbiters of everything fair, but for people who have signed a contract now, and then you've got folks to put the applicant under the gun to go into the homes, that's not a fair negotiating position to the folks who have already signed on to this project.
I appreciate
that.
You're comparing apples to, I'm not
I
even
don't
sure what
know.
oranges are still around. It's a completely different. The people that are signed up for it are doing this for several years. All I'm asking for is that the people that live around it, their values are protected. We all 3 said at the very first meeting, that's what we were after.
And that's what I asked. That's one of the things I asked about
Okay.
was property value
Planting
protection.
some trees across the road is not protecting their value.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
We heard some comments on some, what I thought were, and I'm not saying I'm not going to value anybody's home out here, but we heard some comments that are quite reasonable, I thought. It probably would cost less than planting the trees, in all honesty. But I feel a lot better if they're making that decision, not us.
But you can agree it would be terribly unfair to have this entire project hinge on whether or not the applicant can enter into an agreement with folks now who didn't enter into an agreement before. That gives, that's terribly unfair.
You've confused me on what's unfair between protecting somebody's value and being a participant that's wanting to put their panels on their farm. It's completely different.
If the fate of this project depends on the applicant being able to enter into new agreements with folks who haven't previously signed, that gives an insane amount of leverage.
The people having the panels isn't going to change.
I'm sorry?
The people that are putting the panels on isn't going to change, Stacy.
You're saying the people who have already entered into an agreement?
No.
What are you saying?
He's talking about the non-participating, the 7 homes that are not.
Right.
Yeah. Is that correct?
That's what I'm talking about too.
Then how are you getting that confused with the people that are putting the panels on their farms? I don't understand.
Because it's almost midnight and we've been here for 6 hours.
Well, that's fine. I'd like to go home too, but I want to get this right.
Oh, I agree. I'm not trying to. I just want. Let's kind of get back to first principles here. First consideration added 2 conditions: 1,250 foot and panel height. We have not addressed either one of those issues based on the applicant's presentation this evening. Are we going to pass second consideration as is? Are we making an amendment to it so that we have third coming up on Tuesday? I don't think that it's appropriate for it to be third and final. I think we need to speak with our legal counsel to get their guidance and advice on how to guarantee that taxpayers are not holding the bag at the end of this if some unforeseen circumstances were to happen, either of this organization or if they're acquired or merged or whatever happens in the future. So we have second consideration tonight. These people have sat for 6 hours, we've sat for 6 hours. Do we want to?
Could I make a motion first that we have third consideration on, is that Tuesday the 18th?
Yes, you can do that.
And then there could be a follow-up motion about whether or not that third consideration is amended or not. But my interest is, I'll make a motion to have third consideration as scheduled for Tuesday the 18th.
And I'll second for discussion. Is there any discussion? So that would be here at 6 p.m., and you're not suggesting third and final. It's just third.
Third consideration.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
Okay, 2-1. So we're going to be holding a meeting a few days from now. And is there an amendment to yours?
I'm trying to figure out how to do this. I could move to dispense with the considerations that have been made, or we could have the third consideration to see how closely to those considerations the applicant's able to get, plus addressing the additional concerns. So whatever people think is most helpful.
I would prefer that.
So the 1250 would stand. The 28 inches would stand. We've all made comments regarding their amended with their application. So we're not taking any further action to either make further amendments or to undo what we did Monday, but we can on Tuesday. We then need to set a future meeting for perhaps fourth and final.
Do we have to do that now?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. Just telegraphing that there will probably be a fourth.
Yeah. So is everything clear to everybody? We're going to have a meeting on Tuesday. The considerations aren't changing. We've signaled to the applicant the things we'd like them to change and to come up with creative methods to get us closely to the considerations and all the other things we've talked about tonight. Praise God.
So the question being asked is, do we need to approve second consideration? And Charlie, do you have any insight on, would we pass second consideration to get to third consideration?
That makes sense.
Yes, you need to have a vote on the consideration, either approve
Okay.
or deny if you're going to get to third.
Okay, I got a procedural question.
Sure.
So, and I'm probably overthinking this. We've always only ever done 3.
Right.
So does that mean if we do 4, we vote 4 times? Or is it always only voting 3 times? Because if it's the 3 times, we don't want to vote tonight. I don't know.
No, so you make a great point. Of the thousands of ordinances that come to us, we always have third and final, right? We were able to discuss and get all these things figured out because they're not as complex as this. It's whatever we decide is the final. It could be 15th and final reading, which feels like the trajectory we're on. We could have fourth and final. So as long as...
But do you actually vote 4 times then? That's my question.
Yeah.
Or do you only ever vote 3 times? It's just a matter of when the votes are. I don't know.
So what we would do procedurally, and forgive us everybody, we really are, you can tell the fix isn't in. We're really figuring this out as we go along. We pass second consideration so that it can move to third. We're going to hold third consideration. And based on what is presented to us, we can take a vote then to go to, I'll just call it fourth and final, because I think at that point we should have all the information. Everything that's been said has been said by everybody who wants to say it, and we can vote then. And we can set that date for, that Friday if we chose. It doesn't have to be far along, or in enough time that allows the applicant to make the appropriate travel arrangements. Because I do want to be sensitive to that. So if we pass second consideration would be 1,250-foot setbacks with 28-inch height, that is also subject to change in any future meeting. So if we vote on it tonight, my reading of the tea leaves or my understanding is that would, we could take that up in third, and then if we have a fourth, whatever fourth and final is it. Does that make sense? Clear as mud?
Clear as mud.
So I guess then we would have to pass this.
So moved.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second? Second. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion unanimously carries. It's still Thursday, and we're adjourned.